Welcome everyone to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is August 20th, 2024. We're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. The first item on the agenda is an update on the 2024-2025 volunteers and introduction of Region 17 PTA Board. And Susan Edwards, Public Engagement Coordinator, will be presenting this.
Thank you, President Jill, and thank you, Board, for the opportunity to talk about our volunteers in Canyons. And this report may sound a little different than some reports in the past. If you have seen some of the reports nationwide, some of the volunteer reports is that volunteerism is declining in the United States. According to U.S. Census Bureau and AmeriCorps, has seen decline for 13 years, has dropped off from 30%, most recent numbers in 2019, to the lowest in 3 decades. Women have seen the largest decrease in volunteerism. Forbes has issued this in one of their articles: formal volunteering is down. This should bring alarm to everyone. Without the belief that we can make a difference, strengthen our communities, and help save societies or face society's toughest issues, what do we have to work toward as a society? So we're going to talk and feature that just a little bit tonight, because if you will look at the numbers I gave you, you will notice that some of our hours are down a little bit. So our total volunteers, reads from the right to the left. The left is the most current. The right is 2018-19, which is the first year that we started using the computer system and really track it the way we do now. So you'll see we were upwards pre-COVID around 180,000 volunteer hours total in our district. PTA was about 57, little and change. And the total number of approved volunteers were at 13. Since that time, as you go across, you will definitely see the 2020, 2021 COVID years, right? Which we weren't even allowed to have volunteers in the school for a period of time. So we took a dive then, but we know the reasons for that. And we came back and bounced back fairly well after that, which is exciting. But this last year, we've seen a significant drop. Total hours are 109, 746, and the PTA is 22,350. Now, but if you look at the total number of approved volunteers, those aren't dropping significantly. Those are holding relatively steady, down a little bit this last year. But one thing that I would like to point out is our volunteer system, where we screen people and approve them, is our volunteer clearance people, Marilee and Everett. They have said that we are having to screen out more volunteers than we've ever had to before, based on felony charges and crimes against a person. And so we have actually had to screen out more in the last year than we have ever had to in our Canyons history. Anyway, one significant change to the volunteer system this year is that we have added chaperones, and that's per policy, right, with all of you. So we've always had unsupervised volunteers, supervised volunteers, and chaperones. But now anyone traveling with student overnight groups have to background check as if they're a chaperone. Even if they're not on that chaperone list, they have to approve. And there's also about a 3-step approval process where they have to give us references, and we do call and check on those references. So there are some changes in that area. But that's really the only significant changes. We continue to use the computer systems as we continue to have safety vestibules. Most everybody now goes through an office someplace, so there's not much reason not to sign in on a computer. Though our high schools will probably struggle with that still more than our elementary schools. It's just a little different game, right? When you're at a high school and some people are on a field and some people are doing different things. But the volunteer hours for the high schools, not only do they use the computer system, but at the end of every year, our head administrative secretaries, they ask for all the coaches before they can check out. All the coaches And the club advisors, they all turn in their volunteer hours, the number of volunteers in their volunteer hours. So we capture those that way. But just kind of some information. One thing we want to address, we're about to introduce you to our fabulous and wonderful Region PTA board, which worked tirelessly, and their training is Thursday. So asking them to be here tonight is a lot because they have a lot going on this week. We're going to introduce them, but we did want to talk a little bit about PTA. And I think Superintendent Robbins is going to be talking about this a little bit with PTA and with maybe our schools. But from 2016 to 2023-24, PTA has had a 55% decline in membership in canyons. I'll let that sit for just a minute. In that same time, CSD enrollment has gone down 3.7%. So what are these factors? We talked about volunteerism is making an impact. There are certainly other things. We know that a lot of our families are dual and triple income winners now, workers. So they may have less time. That feeling, some people feel excluded due to a variety of factors and don't always know how to participate. And then we, of course, have language barriers, as we all know, for many of our students and certainly their parents. Those are just some of the factors that might be contributing to this. I know for PTA, one thing that I don't know if you guys are completely aware of, but we dropped our numbers a little bit. So we've lost our assistant regional director. So Liz is regional director all by herself now, with the first time without an assistant. And they are considering a vote in the next month to actually redo their volunteer system, or their structure, their leadership structure, to where we may not have a region director at all anywhere in the state, and they'll up the level of the council chairs will be more the leadership of the district. So they're looking at changes too, because this is, I'm assuming, is not just a Canyons thing. This is a statewide issue. But we will be looking at things and working with our PTA on how to increase and talking to our schools about the importance of parent engagement and engaging with what we have designated as our respected parent group in Canyon schools, and really helping support them the way they support us. I will say that after a couple of schools have declined and for various reasons have not had really strong relationships with PTA or strong PTAs in the last few years, I am now getting calls from principals that say, we need our PTA back, please help us, because they did teacher appreciation and they did stuff with the students. We need this back, we need this strong, come help. And Liz and her team have been working tirelessly at these schools to bring that back and to rebuild that in some of the schools that had declined. Are there any questions for me? Andrew?
Did we see a noticeable drop in PTA membership when it got taken off of registration?
We did, and we've done a few things to bring that back. I may let Kirsten take just a minute and say what we did this year, because it's coming back up a little bit. We did see, and then we put it back onto registration, and it's inched up a little bit. And then this year, Kirsten, do you want to talk about all the things you've done? I can name some of them, but you're probably better at.
Yeah, so when you complete your registration, you'll see a notification that says, congratulations, you've now fully registered with Canyons. Don't forget to take this one last step and sign up for your PTA, and it takes you to a website where you can find your PTA and sign up. Then we also sent an email, was automatically generated after registration as well, encouraging people to sign up. We sent flyers to all the schools for displaying in their main office, so when volunteers are checking in, they can just scan the QR code and sign up for the PTA if they haven't done that already. We sent a postcard. I think did you receive yours, right, Liz?
Yeah, I got it yesterday.
Okay.
Parents.
And let's see what else we do. Parent Square and some newsletter items, I believe, in addition to that. And I think that's it. So we noticed that there was one day, I don't remember when it was, last week, where I contacted you and asked you how enrollment was going, or sign up membership was going. And you had said that we were about twice as much at that same time this year as we were the year prior. So we're making a difference. Good.
Thank you for the question.
I don't know this, so I'm asking for information. I volunteered in several other school districts, and there's a charge if you're going to volunteer. Like if you're going to go on a field trip, if you're going to do anything. Do we have a charge on Canyons?
Canyons covers that cost.
Okay.
We have a kind of bifurcated system. Whereas if you are going to be a supervised volunteer and always in the sightline, they apply and then our staff clears them on federal and state. And so we do have a huge percentage of our volunteers are cleared in that method. If for any reason there's a thought that they may be unsupervised for any reason, then they turn their names into HR and they come over and they're fingerprinted, and that background check actually lasts for 3 years. And so we've actually improved the system this year to incorporate that. So that rolls over each year. They still have to apply to be a volunteer just so we know they're active, but then their BCI catches up with their computer record and merges.
I just didn't know for our district, because this has got me where I needed to go. But when I went to other districts, it was $25 but it didn't matter if you did it at the beginning of the year or if you did it 2 weeks before it ended. Didn't matter. It still cost you that amount of money, and it was only good for 1 year. So that's a huge thing to maybe note. Pay, because if they happen to move in from another district, that would be something that would make them.
Thank you for
that. They might even go. Try.
Any other questions? Okay, well, we certainly hope you all join PTA, your school community council. I know many, matter of fact, I think most around this table have been PTA members, have been school community council members before you were elected to the board. We encourage you to keep, and we want to thank people in the room, Rick and Jeff in particular, that have for many years joined the every PTA every year. And that's amazing. We appreciate that support. Now, Liz, do you want to introduce? You want me to try to introduce you all?
I can introduce. So my name's Liz Miles. I'm the region director. And then this year, Rachel Azevedo is our advocacy chair. Sheila Armstrong is our treasurer. Nicole Harmon is our secondary council president. So she's in charge of all of the middle and high schools. And then Jessica Smith is our South Elementary council president. Mike Williams is our North Elementary council president. And Ashley Backman is our Central Elementary council president.
And your calendar that you get from us and with the board set dates and events have all of their meetings on there. So if you would ever like to attend one, their annual training is this Thursday. If you would ever like to attend your council meetings, please feel free. I'm inviting for you guys, but we'll make them nervous, but they'll be good. So if you would ever like to attend, please feel free to do that.
Where are they?
They are here in this building.
It's always, they're not, like,
Okay.
You know, and thank you PTA for all you do.
Thank you so much.
And yeah, you guys can feel free to leave. Okay, so our next item on our agenda is our strategic plan self-assessment. And Drew
Somebody's right here.
from Ed Element is here to lead us through this discussion. So thank you so much for being here.
Good to see many of you again. Some familiar faces, some non-familiar faces.
Yeah.
I did update the slides that I sent to you earlier, just with some of the survey feedback that you all had included. So
Is this the updated stuff?
this is probably, when was it pulled? When was it PDF'd? Yeah, sure. Okay. I did make some updates. Is it possible to pull the
You
original?
can just plug in right away.
Okay.
Or you can send it to her and she can pull it up.
It's the same link as last. No, I don't. Good email. This is a brief overview of what we're going to be talking about today. As you saw in the old version of the slides, and you'll see in the new version of the slide as well, We're gonna take some time to reflect on the implementation of the strategic plan to date. To see if, and to get some of your perspectives. Thank you for those of you who completed the survey. That was really helpful to gather some insights from you that way. So we'll take a look at some of those. We'll take a look at some opportunities for the strategic plan in the future as well. And if you want to follow along at home, the link on the bit.ly on the bottom is yours to utilize. Otherwise, thank you. Appreciate it. Now we'll go ahead and really get started. So let's go around the table real quick. We'd love to hear just one word from folks that you'd use to describe the implementation of the strategic plan so far to date. And whatever the spirit moves you, you can go ahead and share.
Hello.
I'd say collaborative.
Great. And you can determine whether we go clockwise or counterclockwise.
Whoever wants to go.
Okay, clockwise it is.
Continue on you.
Amanda?
Complex.
Complex. Okay.
Sorry. No, that's thoughtful.
I'd say engaging.
Direction.
Direction.
One word, say educational.
And then I need to introduce this.
Yes, some new faces. Yes, you did.
She's just been on the board only like 2 months.
Yes.
This is an information gathering for me.
That's fine.
Mine would be new,
Okay.
unfamiliar.
Is there anyone else who doesn't know Drew?
I think it's, yeah, this is the newbie corner. Well, I'm gonna introduce myself in a second.
Not new.
Well, I'm newish. I'm Andrew.
Good name.
Yeah, it is.
That's my government.
And then also new is Karen, who's not,
There's one other.
not with us anymore.
Night.
I understand she's in Alaska.
She's in Alaska, yes.
I will be there next week, so maybe I'll see you. So my name's Drew, for those of you who don't know. I won't belabor this too long, but I'm a part of Education Elements. We helped the district back in 2021-22 to develop the current strategic plan, which we're gonna dig into a little bit today. I have the privilege of supporting school districts in 5 states: Alaska, Arizona, Michigan, Utah, and Hawaii. And as a part, we do a lot of strategic plans in a lot of different places. So some of what I'm gonna share with you today is a little bit future facing in terms of like, what can we anticipate now that we are 2.5 years into the implementation of the strategic plan? And what are some things that we might need to consider as we think about our legacy or your legacy as it relates to how this strategic plan is implemented over the course of the next several years?
Hey, Drew, sorry, let me interrupt and just say we have until about 6:30.
Perfect. That's more time than I thought. So I can, are you telling me to slow down because I'm too excited?
No. I just like people to know because we do have one more agenda.
Okay. And I don't think we're gonna take that much time, so I will definitely make sure.
Really fast.
Yes, all right, let's go. Out of our 5 sort of core competencies, we are really focused here, obviously, on helping districts to develop their strategic direction. That primarily takes the form of formulating strategic plans, but we also think about that, not just the creation, but also the implementation and the monitoring of those strategic plans to make sure that we're making good on the promises that we've made to the constituents that we represent in the district. And as a school board, you have a really pivotal and paramount role to play in the governance of that strategic plan, which you all reflected on in that survey. So how we'll spend our time together today, as I briefly mentioned before, is we'll start to talk about the implementation of the plan so far. We'll talk about some strengths, some weaknesses, some opportunities, and some threats that we might be able to anticipate. And then also have a discussion around how the board sort of envisions the future direction of the strategic plan to go, and how we might be able to make better progress towards the goals that we've set within that plan. Any questions, comments, reflections, or reactions before we dig in here? Yeah.
Just a quick thought. I know when we worked on this and adopted it, we said it was like a 5 to 10 year plan. So I just kind of want to keep that in mind as we're discussing. This is a progress report.
Right.
And so if we haven't fully completed a lot of the goals, that's absolutely expected.
That's right. Nothing is supposed to be done right now. I think that is a good reminder. And sort of for those of you, especially who weren't with us during the formulation of the strategic plan, we really take the standpoint of utilizing strategic plans as barometers for decision making. So not necessarily checklists or to-do lists, but really guardrails and guidelines for us to help us make better decisions. And that's important to keep in mind, especially to Nancy's point, just because there's a lot of room for creativity within these constraints that we've set for ourselves in the strategic plan. And there's varying levels of progress that have been made with each of the specific initiatives. We'll spend a little bit of time reflecting on those today, but I want you to keep that in mind as well, that this is very much a work in progress. Thank you for naming that. Okay, so let's familiarize ourselves with the good old strategic plan. I can't believe it was 2.5 years ago that this was adopted. April 2022, I think it was. 4 focus areas that we developed as a result of all of the stakeholder engagement work that we've conducted. I can't remember how many focus groups, how many forums, how many interviews we conducted. We had a survey, lots of data that we parsed through to determine where we should direct our focus in this period of time that we can all time machine back to then, where we're starting to emerge from the pandemic. We've learned a lot of things, we've pivoted a lot, we've made a lot of adjustments, and Rick sort of took that opportunity to say, hey, this is now the perfect time. We're in this position. Let's refocus our strategic direction and determine where we want to go as a result of what we've learned. So we've focused in on these 4 key areas. Now, as a school board, I started to allude to this a little while ago, you have unique responsibilities as it relates to the strategic plan. Now, you are not necessarily responsible for carrying out each of these initiatives. You're not in the district office every day. Well, maybe you are. Working hard to make sure that these initiatives are carried out. You have this unique perspective, this sort of governing perspective, to ensure that we stay accountable and we make sure that the plan is actually complete and we keep our promises that we've made to our constituents that we represent. So that comes from setting clear expectations, that comes from providing that oversight and that governance, that level of accountability. You've also got a fiduciary responsibility, to make sure that the resources are in place for these initiatives to actually be carried out. There's also a responsibility as elected officials yourselves to continue to engage with stakeholders and to ask those whom you represent, what are your thoughts on the implementation of the strategic plan? How can we do this better? What are your ideas for moving this plan forward? And then also making sure that the policies that you enact are in alignment to this community commonly agreed upon plan for the future direction of the district. And Nancy, also, I'm harkening back to your point again as well. We didn't necessarily determine what the expiration date, quote unquote, to this strategic plan was going to be. Typically, you'll see districts fall within the 5 to 7 year range, and that'll have to be a decision that the board makes probably closer to that 5-year point. So just keep that in mind as well, is that we don't necessarily have a finish line articulated, but as a result of some of the reflections that we do on the progress made towards the initiatives that we've set, that'll be a good determination of, how much time do we need to give ourselves before we reflect and figure out, how much more time do we need to accomplish these things. Any reactions to this list of responsibilities from my perspective in terms of what boards are responsible for as it relates to strategic plan? There's some things that might not be on this list that you all are actively doing to ensure the successful completion of the plan. Yeah.
I do think that us participating in the committees that oversee the 4 areas has been really helpful because it has given all of us kind of a pulse of where things are at and to provide public input that we receive and put perspective on it. That's, I think, has probably been the best thing we've done is the implementation.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna comment along the lines with that. And each of those four committees regularly report to the full board in our board meetings.
Mhm.
I think that's the other piece that would be very helpful.
Yeah, you have a solid structure put in place to ensure that that conversation is continually happening, yeah. Say
Yeah,
something.
there's just a couple things I really like, and first of all, just that we are working together with administration, because before, when initiatives would come before the board, was the administration just proposing it to us, instead of having board members, so now board members can try to explain to other board members how they got there, and so it's just been really interesting, and also I just love the fact that this is not like a plan that we just put on a shelf. Like, it's a living document that keeps changing as we make decisions, so, yeah, I love that.
Absolutely. So now I'm gonna show you all just some high-level trends from that survey that some of you were able to complete. And thank you again for taking the time to do so. Got some really thoughtful responses back from folks. I will say this is not a comprehensive collection of thoughts from the board because not everyone was able to complete it. This is just a sampling of 3 individuals who were able to. Some things highlighted in, so 4 overall trends that I just wanted to call your attention to. Things highlighted in green are, clearly strengths. Things highlighted in yellow are some opportunities that we might want to dig into in terms of ways that we can improve processes and ways in which we are making good on the promises made in the strategic plan. So first of all, there seems to be a good connection, alignment between the district priorities and what's articulated in the plan. So it seems to be the right plan for right now, which is a good sign as far as your all's perspectives go. There was some variance though in terms of how effective each particular initiative was aligned to the district's vision. So that does invite the opportunity to unpack that a little bit more and see where those discrepancies might lie. There were some questions where people were totally aligned and some questions where people weren't as aligned. So those yellow areas, again, just opportunities to continue to investigate, continue to reflect, and potentially unpack. The thing that really rose out the most within those survey responses was just the opportunity that exists to continue communicating to the strategic plan to diverse array of stakeholder groups, not just the constituents you represent out in the community, but also how are we engaging staff here at central office? How familiar are they with the strategic plan? What role are they familiar with the role that they play towards making progress towards these initiatives? I would be really curious to send out a similar survey to members of central office staff to see how they reflect on the implementation of the plan. I would venture to guess that not everybody is as familiar as you all. So that again is also an opportunity to think about how do we invest, how are others able to invest themselves in the plan so they can see themselves in its successful completion. There's also some mixed feedback on the board's responsiveness to feedback and resource allocations, so something else to consider and unpack there. And then there were a lot of successes named at the, I think in the free response section, including the development of the Portrait of a Canyon Scholar. There was this notion though that maybe there tends to be some distraction at times away from some of those strategic priorities because other things come up. There are flavors of the week, there are fires to put out, there are things to attend to that can tend to deviate or derail progress made towards specific initiatives. So something to keep in the back of your mind as well, like how can we stay focused while also being responsive to the needs of the community that we represent? Yep.
So Drew, you mentioned maybe having people here at central office fill out a survey and their perceptions on that. Do you find that it's also effective to do something similar with the schools on site? I mean, to me, I'm like, it's one thing to have people in an office or one building who understand it, but if it's not making its way out to each of our schools, okay.
Yeah, I think I mean, it would be interesting to survey the entire community again too, just to see sort of how this is permeating through the different levels and strata of folks who are associated with the district. Because as I think I communicated back when we were engaged in the process earlier, when we were formulating the plan, community engagement should not be an event, it should be a process. So it would be in our best interest to continue to involve those who are a part of the creation, to continually give feedback on how can we make this better? How can we adjust? How can we pivot to make sure that these goals are achieved? So yes, especially in a district as large as Canyons is, making sure that those messages are translated effectively from central office to the school level and even down to the classroom level. A teacher should be able to see on a day-to-day basis, I'm helping the district, I am playing a role in trying to accomplish these goals for the district. And I know very clearly that what I'm doing is having an impact. So it would be really interesting to gather that data as well. Any other reactions or questions to just these survey trends, keeping in mind that this is a small sampling of a small group? I would invite you, if you didn't have the time to complete the survey, I know everyone's surveyed out, I was thanking myself for even asking you to do it. But I would just be genuinely curious to see how others are feeling about the strategic plan in a more detailed way. So if you are, during the commercial break on Jeopardy or like whatever, that's when I do my best work, is to fill that survey out. It takes about 15-20 minutes-ish or more if you really want to spend some time on it. Have we reviewed the Nostra model for change management? Are you all familiar with this? So this is a framework that I've been using a lot lately, specifically with districts as we're thinking about how we are implementing things with a high degree of fidelity, effectiveness, and ultimately impact. And when we look at how sustainable change happens or how the successful implementation of something occurs, we can sort of break it down to these 5 elements of having a shared vision, the necessary skills and resources, the right incentives, and a compelling action plan. When we take one of these elements away, we tend to surface some maybe not so good feelings as it relates to the implementation of a particular thing. Take a strategic plan. So without that shared vision, we run into this trap of people feeling confused. I don't know where we're going. No one told me what to do. Maybe people are not necessarily, although this shared vision might be articulated, maybe it has been communicated to the right people so they can make the right decisions and the right moves. If we take away skills, we tend to see that anxiety surfaces. I don't necessarily know how to do this thing. I don't know where to go to learn how to accomplish this particular piece of the plan. When we take away resources, people tend to get frustrated. They don't have what they need to effectively do what they need to do, tend to get a little red in the face, fists curled. What's going on here? I just need the resources to get this thing done. When we lack incentives, we tend to see resistance. So what's in it for me? If I don't see what benefit I have from playing a role in the implementation of the strategic plan, I might fight back. I might not do what I'm supposed to do because I don't see what's in it for me. And then lastly, without that action plan, without those concrete steps that accompany the strategic plan, we risk a false start. So not having that clearly articulated from the beginning, and we don't have those benchmarks, those checkpoints articulated along the way, we might not necessarily be able to get going with the right momentum to actually get the things done that we want to get done. I'll pause for photos. Everyone loves the Nostra model. Anyone resonate? Well, actually, let me go on to this one. How do our focus areas stack up as far as the Nostra model goes? We won't go through all of the initiatives, but I have listed, on these slides, we've got, probably 10 solid initiatives associated with the focus areas. So are there some areas, maybe it's a specific initiative, maybe it's a focus area in general, where we're feeling some things related to confusion, anxiety, frustration, resistance, or a false start?
One thing, observation that Brent and I were talking a little bit about is just, I think there's a lot of great foundational pieces in place, but you think about through the pandemic, when we created the plan, coming out of the pandemic, the reaction and response to crisis after crisis, it's just seemed like you know, and so thinking about like, and we've talked about this a little bit with the listening tour of how do we lean into the plan in that conversation with faculty and staff, but at the same time, still respond to the feeling of crisis that everyone's been in, right? Because we kind of started out that way and we learned real quick, like people didn't want to talk about the plan. All they wanted to do is just pour out their souls because they're hurting and all this is happening and the economy and it just seems like, culture wars and library books and funding. I mean, it's just one issue after another that it really just takes over, people's lives, right? And so trying to like balance that with how do we continue? Because I mean, as I look at each focus area, I mean, I can think of things that have come out of those committees that the full board has taken up to provide supports. I mean, when you think about human-centered supports, Thrive Time is a product of all of those discussions. When you think about professional learning and all the supports that we've provided with additional time and learning for our employees, so there are tangible things that are there. Sometimes I feel like, where do we balance what's aspirational versus what we actually measure? So when you think about our indicators, do they really align with each of those focus areas, right? And so it's like, for example, when we're talking about HQL, high quality learning, we're very, our indicators are very academic driven, but our plan is calling for a model that really offers and supports a lot more creativity and teacher autonomy. So you see, I mean, how that pushes and pulls in a lot of different ways. But to all of your point, the one thing that I think's been fantastic is that, at least from the time I got here to now, I feel like in those committee meetings and the way we report out on that it is evolving and it's always a work in progress. But there's no surprises, right? Like when we report in full board meeting, I think everyone's aware, we're working on it. These are the priorities and the topics that are top of mind, but I don't know, maybe this is our new normal with everything that happens in our state, but it just feels like we're drinking from a fire hose and still trying to implement a plan at the same time. Anyway, just some observations.
All right, just real quick, I don't mean to, but someone's got a live stream on that they've got the sound on. And so if it out there, from out there, we shut the door.
You're hearing it echo?
Echoing.
Yeah, it's really distracting.
I thought it was just me.
Might be bouncing.
I don't hear a thing, Andrew. So it's about me.
Some special thing on your.
No, thank you, Superintendent, for bringing that up, and thanks, Drew, for this great information. To your point, Superintendent, we have had a lot of stuff come up. And I feel like one of the things that we can maybe do a little bit better as we're responding to the things that come up and the ideas that come up is just taking an extra breath, an extra minute, and articulating how does this connect? What's the nexus? And then just actually spell it out as we're discussing some of these programs, these ideas, these solutions to problems, and just show how it really does connect to our strategic plan. Because I would guess in almost every one of those things that have come up that could be determined as a distraction, and yes, they are a distraction in the fact that we're having to be reactive instead of proactive to deal with those things. But we can, like I said, just take a second and find that connection and articulate that connection. And then I feel like it would have more meaning as we move forward in solving whatever the issue is.
The power of the pause. And I think, Nancy, just one thing to connect to your point is that these focus areas are pretty broad. Like, there are a lot of connections that we can make to these things, so I think the beauty of having, I mean, some districts I've seen have like 7 or 8 different focus areas and they get really specific. But keeping things at this high level, I think allows us to have a little bit more flexibility in terms of making those connections. Sorry.
No, I do think it's absolutely true. And when I filled out the survey, that was the thought that came to me is what you measure is what you put effort towards, right? And with high quality learning, I love the portrait of a Canyon scholar, but I am concerned that we aren't measuring that effectively. We haven't figured out a way to actually have measurable data or thresholds that we can show that the students are actually acquiring some of those skill sets. And so I would love to see our committees kind of have further discussions about how do we effectively measure what we're trying to accomplish. I mean, I think it's time to have that.
Yeah.
conversation further.
And those are my two, like, that's my favorite M&M, not the candy, but monitoring and metrics is, we don't, especially with portraits of a grad, I can go on and on about this and I'll try not to, but I see so many districts develop their portrait of a graduate, they put it on the wall, they say, look at this, these are the graduates that are gonna walk across our stage. And you go in and you ask students, like, what's your portrait of a graduate? Can you tell me about some of the things that your district or that your school wants you to be successful in? They say, I don't know.
Yep.
It's that poster on the wall. Do you know anything about that? No. That's the biggest frustration for me is that there is such power in articulating those outcomes and having an outcome-oriented infrastructure to support students in a holistic definition of success. But if they don't even know why that thing is important or why it was done in the first place, like, why bother?
Yeah, and to that point, that was the thought that I had too, so thank you for bringing it up. When you had the Noster model, that in a way that we had a shared vision and, but the actual, on the portrait of Canyon Scholar, but the skills and resources and incentives and action plan haven't quite come together, and so. And then also just kind of as an example of things that have come up that have a real nexus to our initiatives and our focus areas. I'm thinking of the unified sports. So that was something that became available. It wasn't something that we initially put in or discussed as a possible goal to work towards on access and opportunity. But when the opportunity came up, we recognized, oh, this is a way of increasing access to and opportunities and experiences for students. And so I feel like that's just kind of an example of something that came up, had a really strong connection, and yeah, we worked on it in that committee, but I feel like we could have done just a slightly better job articulating how it helps us accomplish our strategic plan.
Fits.
Yeah,
Where it fits.
That's
Where
good.
it fits, because I'll just speak to you saying it's a 5 to 10 year plan.
Kind of a rolling, a living thing, yeah.
Okay, so let's just overlay the medical model. Okay, so when I take my kid in to a doctor, he gives me a spell out, like if it's on the 90th with height, he's in the 20th with weight, he's all of those kind of things. Okay, because I'm looking at it saying it's 10 years, look around the table, look within your schools, what's the longevity of the people that are going to be participants in your model. So if it's not easily understood, easily accessed, and easily measurable, then what's the point? Right? So for somebody that comes in like me, that's new, that has accountability for your goals and what you're trying to do, it needs to be digestible and measurable, like precise measurable. So when opportunities come up, like what you mentioned with whatever happens to come up, we need to know where that fits and where we're starting, and then it needs to be measurable. So when I take my kid in for a 6-month check, where am I at in these places and what fits under each one of those. Because otherwise, within 10 years, of flexibility and building on this, your stakeholders are going to change significantly. But your goals shouldn't, right? So they should be SMART goals, like, the acronym, yeah, they should be measurable. They should be those kinds of things that we can easily say, regardless of the people that are here, even though they own responsibility for making it happen, they need to be aware of even what they are. Because otherwise, you're saying your kids aren't purchased involvement, but neither are those of us that are responsible for it.
Oh, you bring up so many good points, so many good points. And I think two things come to mind. I love that you mentioned that this plan is sort of agnostic to the people who may come and go, right? This is something this is a North Star, this is a bedrock, this is a foundation for decision making. But in order for that foundation to be solid, there needs to be there needs to be systems and structures in place to be able to take a pulse at any point in time. A temperature check to say, how's high quality learning doing? What about this particular initiative? What data do we have to back up what we've set out to do? Because that's gonna let us know when the plan is complete. I keep using that word. I don't like it, but when we've achieved our goals, we need the data to back it up. We need to understand, what does achievement look like? We have success criteria listed within the strategic plan, but I think there is more work to be done in terms of really articulating a deeper level of understanding of what the success metrics look like in multiple dimensions. So you could ideally pull a strategic plan report card and say, at this given time, how are we doing? Yeah.
I also think that as we make decisions moving forward, like Rick has said many times, this is a North Star. It's almost like you could almost create a rubric. You're making big decisions. How does this line up with our strategic plan? Because, this should shape all the decisions we're making in the future and our vision. So I think that would be really helpful if we created some sort of rubric with decision making and looking at how it aligns.
Yeah, I'll show you an example of one of those actually in a couple of minutes. A great point. So we've got a lot of things to accomplish, right? And there's a lot to be done. I was gonna have us go through this sailboat activity, which is essentially a modified SWOT analysis, but just for the sake of time, we're not gonna do that. But it's a great exercise to sort of take stock, Nancy, you gave me this idea of going initiative by initiative and looking at the Nostra model and saying, which of these things do we have, which of these things do we not have? Similarly, you could do so in a modified SWOT analysis like this. So the harbor is essentially your goal, where you're going. Your idealized future, the wind is the assets that you have at your disposal to help get you there. Keeping in mind, though, there are anchors that are going to pull you back, so those are potential weaknesses. And then there are icebergs ahead that could be perceived as threats. Thinking about those icebergs, since we've worked with, I think we're maybe up to 100 districts we've done strategic plans with. There are varying degrees of success when it comes to implementation. And there are several things that I wanted to point out to you as fellow crew members on the SS Canyons here, that there might be some icebergs we need to anticipate at this stage in the game. We're at a critical moment here where we've got some years under our belt. We've got some years of the plan complete. We've got some time to go. So now is a great time to reflect and see, how do we get to where we want to go? So Amanda, to your point about inconsistent implementation across schools, I think it would be really valuable to sort of get a sense of how school leaders are taking the strategic plan and implementing it in their own buildings, right? The work that we do in Hawaii, for example, they have a really good model of, they're unique because the whole state is one school district. But within each of their schools' academic plans that they have to turn in every year, there are sections that are directly related to the strategic plan that say, how are you making progress on this? What specific things are you doing to ensure that goal 1.1 is going to be complete in 2029, which is when their plan expires. So it would be interesting to take a look at how the plan is perceived by schools and how they think about their role as far as completing the plan goes. Sometimes districts will fall into the trap of not having objective oversight over the process, because we can often get lost or not be able to see the forest through the trees. We get bogged down with our day-to-day work. There are fires we need to put out. There are things that we need to do on a daily basis that just constitute our regular duties. And sometimes having somebody to pull you out and say, hey, here's what the forest looks like. Here are the things that you need to focus on and identify some blind spots can be helpful. There's also sometimes this level of excitement when the strategic plan is created and districts will say, oh, we're going to do this, 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 and this. One of my favorite phrases is that we can do anything, but we can't do everything. Oftentimes we will overlook the capacity load that it takes to bring some of these initiatives to life. And maybe we don't necessarily have that capacity within ourselves to do it. So it's something to be mindful of. This is back to my M&Ms. Difficulty monitoring and measuring progress. Insufficient accountability is another challenge that districts will often run into. If there's not a proper checks and balances of actually getting things done, you tend to fall into a hamster wheel of just not making the progress that you want to make. Obviously, there's resistance to change. People have varying degrees of comfort with trying new things and doing things differently than they have before. And then obviously, time is our most valuable resource, but when we don't have the necessary resources to complete what we want to complete, we get frustration, like we saw in the Nostra model. So these icebergs are things that luckily can be avoided. And there are specific things that perhaps somebody could help you with in some specific ways. So part of the value that we bring to this process is helping districts to get things done, building capacity along the way and providing that level of critical friendship to not necessarily tell you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. If I were to go about a process of trying to figure out, how do we tackle this implementation challenge of strategic planning, all of the sort of the opportunities that we've identified in terms of improving our process, this is what I might do. I'd first start by doing a more comprehensive assessment of what our current state is. Since we've got 2.5 years of data, both anecdotal and quantitative data we can gather to start to establish some metrics. It would be very interesting to see where do we stand as a current state with a strategic plan and do a gap analysis of where we are and where we need to go. Further engage the community is going to be a critical part of this process too, to make sure that the folks who are really excited about participating 2.5 years ago, we want them to still stay excited about this plan. We want them to be invested. We want them to own pieces of the process. We want them to be involved in a really purposeful way. It's also going to be advantageous to recalibrate on the focus areas, to take those 4 pillars that we have and determine what adjustments do we need to make in terms of our course of action and as we get towards the place of completing those. Setting up those systems and structures for continued monitoring and evaluation, and to do so in a sustainable way, so it's not something in addition to, it's something in complementary to the things that we're already doing. And then also thinking as that process goes along, how do we make this sustainable? How do we make sure that it is in service of the plans that we are going to create in our future, regardless who is sitting in these seats? How can we create the infrastructure within Canyons, within the organization, to ensure that this becomes a part of our DNA? So just some things to consider as you think about opportunities to potentially partner with somebody to help get this work done. Specifically, somebody who works with a lot of school districts to do this on a very regular basis. One last thing I was gonna leave you with, I alluded to this before, is part of that, what I would do if I were in the situation of working with you all again, which would be a real blessing to do, is to put together a responsive dashboard to take a look at how specific initiatives are being implemented. So that at any given time, as we said before, we could pull this up. This could be public facing, this could be internally facing. But you could dig into each of these specific tabs and say, hey, I want to know for this district, what's it say? I want to know under academic success, I want to know what goal number 2, how that's going. And you could go into the spreadsheet and look at who's responsible for what progress is being made where. And it gives you a one-stop shop to determine, hey, how are we doing? So that we can then determine where do we need to go, what do we need to change in terms of our approach, so that we can actually get stuff done. So that concludes my brief time with you. I want to pause and just ask you all, regardless of the checkout question, you don't necessarily have to answer this, but want to open it up to any thoughts, comments, reactions, reflections, as we think about the continued journey of the proverbial SS canyons along the strategic planning seas.
Hey, Lauren, do you have any comments?
Sorry, yeah. Back to your common icebergs list. My thought on that, that's really a great list. And in your experience using that list, so I was thinking that could become a rubric when we're discussing specific proposals or initiatives or ideas to kind of make sure we've thought through all of those potential icebergs. So in your experience, is that effective to help avoid or put things into the proposal that might mitigate some of these icebergs?
I think these are just sort of examples of things that I've seen districts stumble upon in the past. I don't necessarily know that it translates directly to a rubric for
Preventable?
initiatives, but I think at a high level, it could serve as a valuable continued self-reflection on, like, do we have these things in place? Are, like, all of these things are going to have to require some sort of data collection, right? So if we're looking at implementation across schools, we're going to have to determine, how do we know how the strategic plan is being communicated to schools, or how is it being adopted there? From an accountability standpoint, trying to understand, who is responsible for what, how are those structures kind of put in place to ensure that things get done when they need to get done? There could be a rubric attached to it, I suppose.
I was kind of thinking to be a little bit proactive, mitigating
Yeah.
the effects of some of these.
Yeah, I think you could go initiative by initiative and ask yourself the question, do we have these things in place? Do these icebergs exist? Which is sort of, it's for a plan like this, it would be a labor intensive task to do, to go through line by line. But I think it would be a valuable exercise to determine the current state of how things are going. And I think that kind of relates to, like, the plan that I would put in place if I was working with you all on this, was to do a really thorough analysis of how things exist right now, and probably take a layer of those icebergs, take a layer of the Nostr model, take a layer of, alignment with other things that exist in the district to make sure that there is cohesion, and where there are gaps, make a plan to fill them.
Or any other comments? Questions? So kind of going along with what Nancy said, do you recommend the committees look at that Nostr model and go through that in general or on specific initiatives?
I think both. I think as granular as you can get is probably going to be helpful, but perhaps starting at a higher level to take the initiatives and sort of go through it that way. And maybe if there are some gaps that stand out, like, hey, we don't have the resources to do this, maybe you do need to distill down a little bit more and take a look at the more granular items there. But I think that could be a good starting point as an initial lens or comb to kind of go through the strategic plan and identify where any knots are, so that then you can go in and figure out how do you untangle them.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
for,
and I'll also-
Thank you so much for coming.
For
and
sure.
presenting to us.
It's always a pleasure, and I'll make myself available too if you want to continue this discussion, if you want to give me a call, hop on Zoom, whatever, you have some other thoughts that come to you as you're driving home or maybe later in the week, you know where to find me, at least virtually. So, and sometimes I just pop up here randomly. So just find me along. Thank you. It's a
Appreciate
pleasure.
you, Drew.
Good to see you all.
Thank you.
And
Drew.
the rest of your meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we'll go on to item C, which is the annual, it's one of our most favorite things we look forward to. The annual open meetings law training. And Dan Harper, our general legal counsel.
We're gonna get that email.
That's very good. Time. Build some anticipation.
Was the drum roll?
Been looking forward to this all week.
Dan, I was just about ready to say, where's the attorney jokes? And then all of a sudden.
What?
there they are.
And the graphics.
That's what we like the best.
Are you kidding me?
All right. So my joke is, what is the difference between a lawyer and a rock star? I don't know, but you could ask your former president, Tracy Caudell, who is a lawyer, and I discovered this Saturday also an incredible rock star.
What?
Is that Tracy?
That is Tracy
No.
there.
No.
Hold on,
Tracy Caudell.
I can get this to
That is.
video.
Wow.
It's in his own.
I'm just gonna
That's a massive
video.
right there.
Look at that.
No.
Listen to him.
Yeah, do you have permission to share this?
Oh, yeah. Tracy's loving this.
I was gonna say he'd probably be like, please.
This is not the one that's gonna go up on the website.
It has, wow.
Well, shoot.
Send me the link so people.
Oh, is there a
Probably.
video? Oh, dang.
Oh, you gotta see.
You gotta show them the
video.
It is so good. I get mine. Some mine. Yeah. Worth the wait, trust me.
Exit out.
So if I pull this out.
Send me the link.
Ah, okay. Same, how do I get it to full? Do slideshow. Slideshow. Start. Okay.
There is the. Would have been right up there with him. I actually knew. Wear hats 'cause
Wow, new talent.
You knew?
yeah.
It was the Orem Music Festival. My friends was playing and I ran into Tracy. I had to stick around to see his set and he had the crowd rocking. Everybody was up dancing. It was awesome. And Nancy, this is kind of for you. I want you to know there is life after the war. Clearly evident, and we look forward to seeing what's next for you.
Started.
Right, yeah.
Well.
He set the bar pretty high.
Well, you can outdo Tracy. We see that.
Maybe.
All right. Okay, so this is our annual Open and Public Meetings Act training. The reason why you're here is because pursuant to statute, the board president is required to make sure that all of you are trained annually. So happy to assist in that. Just quickly to kind of, after Tracy's performance, kind of, get us in a more Zen state. A little quote from Dalai Lama. Lack of transparency results in distrust and a deep sense of insecurity. And we keep that in mind as why do we have the Open and Public Meeting Act? It's because we want you to take your actions openly and also to ensure deliberations allow for an open public process. The exception to that is occasionally you find yourself in a quasi-judicial role. And you can go and do your deliberations and all of that in a closed meeting, but then you have to come out in an open meeting and announce it to the public, whatever that decision would be. So what are the basic rules to allow for that? One is at least 24 hours advance notice of each meeting. And we want them to know what the agenda, date, time, and location of that meeting. Post public notice, we do that on the district's website and also the public notice website. And then you always adopt an annual meeting schedule that the public is aware of through our district website. What is new this year, during the last session, I think HB 36 changed the definition of what is a meeting. And I think it's actually a helpful definition in these changes, because I think there was some lack of clarity and these changes I think help. So the new definition is a gathering of the board with a quorum present. That's kind of old. But what's helpful is that is convened by an individual with the authority to convene the board and follows the process provided by law for doing so, and it is for the express purpose of acting as a board to receive public comment about a relevant matter, deliberate about a relevant matter, or take action upon a relevant matter. Okay, it's a tighter definition. It's a more helpful definition because often I know you're scratching your head. Oh, are we somehow, have we created a meeting here? We don't want to do that. And that's true. So also in HB 36, they clarified things that are not a meeting. And I think this is also helpful. So it says gathering of the public body with a quorum president when the gathering is part of an event that is initiated or hosted by someone other than the public body. So if you go to an RSL game, when it's teacher appreciation night, that's somebody else's event. even though you're there as a quorum, all of you may have gone because you're big RSL fans. Yeah, that's not a meeting. So you're invited, you're allowed to attend, and you don't take any action at that gathering. Also, if you gather together and the gathering relates only to internal administrative public body matters, and you do not spend or appropriate any public funds while you're gathered together, that also is not a meeting. They changed the definition of electronic meeting slightly. You will notice that we've already updated our policy to reflect that as well. That it is some or all of the members of the board attend through an electronic video, audio, or both video and audio connection. And our policy now reflects that new definition. Along the lines of transparency is the issue of discussion during a meeting. So as a result, group or individual texts are not allowed during a meeting because that's not open to discussion. Also, during a meeting, you shouldn't be emailing one another because email deliberations are also not open to the public. The whole point is that you say it so everyone can hear it and be a part of those deliberations. But 52.4.210 clarifies that you can still send group emails. However, always be cautious when doing so. It is always okay to email pertinent information to other board members. Always be careful about responding to try and limit group comments and conversations so it doesn't feel like you're doing board business via email. Always remember that your email communications as board members are subject to GRAMA. Texts. There is this case, Henderson v. San Juan County, which indicates that texts really could be subject to GRAMA. What I would advise is you don't have to keep your texts. You can delete them. Unlike emails and other things, we keep them. So even if you happen to delete them, they're still stored as long as you're using your Canyons district email account. We keep all of those, all at the cabinet level. All of those are kept and stored by the district. So if by some reason you hit delete and go, oh no, I didn't mean to delete that, it's still backed up and stored here at the district level. Your texts, however, are not, and you don't need to keep them. But if we were to get a GRAMA request and it did pertain to something you had in a text, then you would be required to provide it. Had you deleted it, it doesn't matter, you're not required to keep it. But if you do have it at the time of that request, then by law and ethically, you would need to provide that text pursuant to the GRAMA request, if that makes sense. So ask yourself, when communicating with other board members, are we communicating about official business? Will we be taking a vote on this matter? How many board members are involved in the communication? Is it a quorum or is it a series of communications that might total a quorum, kind of keeps rolling along and picking up other people like a snowball as it goes? And is there any evidence of trying to circumvent the spirit of the law through email communications there? And just remember that all emails and potentially text could be subject to GRAMA. We can have emergency meetings. This could allow us to circumvent that 24-hour notice requirement, but it must be an actual emergency or of an urgent nature due to unforeseen circumstances. Because again, we always want people to have notice that you are meeting, so they have the opportunity to participate. So even if you can't give 24-hour notice, you're still supposed to give as much notice as is practicable. And the majority of the board needs to approve that emergency meeting, and you have to try and notify all members of the board, of course. Again, to try and create transparency and also public involvement, we provide an agenda before the meeting so people know what is happening at the meeting. So it has to have reasonable specificity as to the topics that you're going to cover at your meeting. Each topic has to be separate. There may be some discussion in an open meeting of a non-agenda topic, but even with our public comments, we try and say, you know, if you're going to come here and speak to the board, it should be on a topic that will be addressed. So even the public just doesn't go on to random things, but if they did, they could still do that at the discretion of the chair, the board president, there, and the fact that no final action will be taken on that. Often people can't participate immediately at that meeting. So minutes are very important so they can go back and review what was discussed. And we always record our meetings and keep a recording within 3 days that is supposed to be posted so people can review and understand what happened at the board meeting if they weren't able to attend. But as you're aware, it is actually the written minutes that are the official record of the meeting. And this board does a great job of reviewing very carefully the minutes. And here's all the things that are supposed to be in the minutes. I don't think we need to go through all of those. But the really important thing is, you know, that it's a record of the votes that are taken. So all the official business that has been conducted by the board is clearly reflected in the minutes. But also pursuant to statute, even if there was something left out that somebody may have thought is important, the great thing about our minutes, they also have the links to the recordings. So any member of the public can go back and listen to the entire recording if they have questions based on the minutes there. And it doesn't kill Cindy. Remember initially in the early days of the board, they were like transcribing like crazy each of the minutes. Minutes of the board there, but the recording is quite effective there. As happened today, we can go into closed meetings. In order to do that and not have the public involved, one, quorum must be present. It should be noticed up like it was today that we would be going into closed meeting. It requires a 2/3 of the members present to approve the closed meeting. And then the reason or reasons for the closed meeting need to be on the minutes of that, and also the location is disclosed. Here's the topics that allow us to go into closed meeting, whether that's a discussion of an individual's character, competence, physical or mental health, pending a reasonably imminent litigation, collective bargaining, property like today, security, or investigations of allegations of criminal misconduct. All of those allow us to go into closed session. Generally, there is still a complete recording of the closed session. And the recording is supposed to reflect date, time, place, names of the members present, and anyone else in attendance at that closed meeting. The exception to that is a discussion of the character, physical, mental health, or professional competence of an individual. Those are not recorded, but instead an affidavit is signed by the board president that was the discussion in the closed meeting or during that portion of the closed meeting. And things you can't do is basically take final action in a closed meeting. So like with talking about property, final action, whatever that is, is done in an open meeting from your discussion in that closed meeting. And finally, what happens if you violate the Open Meetings Act? Well, one, you have to do it intentionally, violate that, or advises someone intentionally to violate the the closed meeting provision, excuse me. That's a Class B misdemeanor, $2,500 fine, up to 6 months in jail. Don't do it. And whatever happened could be voided because of that violation of the Closed Meeting Act, and also provide costs and attorney's fees to the party if they prevailed in that action. And how long does somebody have to claim that we did something wrong? 90 days after the discovery of the violation, or 30 days if it involves a bond, note, or debt for their claims. And that's our quick refresher. Any questions on the Open Meeting Act? All right.
Any questions? We have it memorized.
Can we watch that video you started with one more time? Just kidding.
How about, how do we get the legislature to vote?
They don't do any of that stuff.
What was that?
They don't do any of that stuff.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
You're welcome.
The world would be a lot different.
Okay, so you guys, I just want to go over the timing for this meeting because at 7:45 is when we have the press conference, and it will be in the east entrance. So we probably need to end business meeting at like 7:40. And we are trying to hopefully keep everything short so we have enough time to discuss the item that we are going to be talking about before the new business item A. So also, I'm just wondering if board members can wait until our board reports to make statements. Because I'm just afraid if we all make a statement, it's going to be too long. Nancy?
Just clarification, you mentioned business meeting with.
Well,
We're coming
we're
back. but
pausing.
continue.
Yes, thank you. We're just pausing for the announcement, community announcement, and then we'll come back into board meeting and we have lots more fun stuff to do.
So for clarification, you are not wanting to take any comments after before we adjourn?
Let's just see how the timing goes. Yeah,
If we have press showing up.
yeah, the press is, they may already be in.
And Jeff, what time are they supposed to be?
We really need to try to end at
Start on time.
7:40. Yeah, if we start on time, we'll be good.
So we really do need to start our community announcement at 7:45. If we have any hope at all of having stories on the 10 o'clock news or in tomorrow's papers.
Yeah, that's what's driving the timing.
Plus, we told our community we start at 7:45, and that's when the broadcast starts. So I'd really like to adhere to that timeline.
So can we be kind of quick with the opening items?
Yes, I've already texted Jeff, make sure Canyon Strong is very short.
Oh, it is. Just like that. Yes. All it is really is a cool photographs of our red carpet welcomes. And thanks to those who participated in all of our welcome back celebrations and the massive media push that we had. Kansas District was in the news all the time, so it'll be very fast. Happy birthday, Ms. Nagar.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so thank you all for this meeting over, and then let's just really try to start on time, so we have enough time. I thought that's what I got too. Yes. Welcome everyone to the business meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is August 20th, 2024, and we're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. I would like to excuse Mrs. Pedersen from our meeting today. She will not be joining us. The first item on the agenda is to approve the agenda for today. Do I have a motion to approve it?
I move that we approve the agenda for today, August 20th, 2024.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. We will now have the Pledge of Allegiance by Copperview Elementary Principal Colleen Smith. So if you'll just come up here and make sure the green light is on there. And then after, she is going to share school highlights with us.
Stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about Copperview. Tonight, I'm pleased to share one of the many successes at Copperview, where our greatest asset is a strong sense of community. Our families, students, and staff are deeply committed to working together to ensure students rise to the expectations set for them. This evening, I would like to highlight a recent initiative that exemplifies this commitment, offers solutions to an issue we all face, and has led to the highest increase in regular student attendance district-wide. Recognizing the importance of regular student attendance, our team analyzed absenteeism data and identified approximately half of our families to participate in an evening event focused on increasing attendance awareness and intervention. During that event, we acknowledged that absenteeism is most frequently linked to one of four root causes. And when you can identify that root cause, you are much more likely to be able to support and decrease chronic absenteeism. With that understanding, we then provided a supportive environment where staff worked one-on-one with families to complete an attendance planning book where each staff member collaborated with families one-on-one, meeting with 3 to 4 families total, and then making that possible. To be able to even make that possible, we had over half of our faculty just volunteer to participate in meeting with those families. That personalized approach continued on with a 4-week check-in. So at that event, they scheduled a 4-week meeting with the families to check in and see how they were doing with their attendance goals. So that check-in then was an opportunity for them to identify if they've met their goals. We had small incentives for the families, an opportunity to celebrate, and then they reset new goals. In addition to that, we also added a targeted intervention called Meaningful Work. It's an evidence-based strategy, and it works on addressing lack of school connectedness by establishing student leadership roles. And by engaging in those roles, students strengthen their sense of purpose and connection to the school. One example of meaningful work was actually identified by a 3rd grade student. He called it Food Friends, where he saw that there was a lot of food waste happening in our school. So he decided that he was going to take all of the all of the packaged foods, not unpackaged, all of the packaged foods, collect it, and a couple times per week, we redistribute that out to anyone wanting it after school at dismissal time. So those combined efforts yielded really impressive results. We increased regular student attendance by 15% in a year. That's 13% higher than district average. And additionally, that increased our average daily attendance by 2.8%, with our district average being at about 0.4% increase. So we're really proud of all of our progress, especially in attendance, and we remain committed to ensuring that every student has the opportunity to succeed. But we know that that success was largely due to all of you guys here at the board and approving the plan that we had. We're really truly grateful for your leadership and advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Smith. We really appreciate hearing about Copperview, and I know we're going to hear more about it, but I really loved hearing how you focused on attendance and then the story of meaningful work. And we will look forward to hearing more. So our next item on the agenda is our Canyon Strong Employee Recognitions, and Jeff Haney, Director, and Kirsten Stewart, Associate Director of Communications, will present this.
Thank you, President Schill, for this time to quickly feature the ways our schools and our employees and our students and even the teary parents who are putting their little ones on the bus for the first time as kindergartners of the school year. They are truly Canyon Strong. And we saw that on the first day of school on Monday, August 19th. Nearly 32,000 students attend school in Canyon's district, and we are proud of all of them. We hope that even more students will join us as the school year continues. We have 50 schools and programs. They are all amazing, and you'll see the students in many of these schools and programs in the photos that we took of our red carpet welcomes. Now, can you believe it? It's our 16th school year, 16 years since we became the first new school district to be created in Utah in nearly a century. And every one of those years, we have truly rolled out the red carpet to welcome our students to the first day of school. And that's because they're the stars of the day. And we had a lot of parents, teachers, staff, members of the Board of Education who were there to welcome all of our students back to school. Every year, our staff has a competition for who can take the very best photo of a student returning to school. You'll see there, that is one of our photos. You'd think that it's something from a magazine or maybe AI generated, but it's not. Ryan Wild, a member of our CSD TV staff, took that photo of that student at one of our schools. And yeah, school is ready for him and he is ready for school. Board members, you can see President Schill here and members of the administration. They joined principals and teachers and staff in welcoming students to our red carpets. Now, we were so excited to once again have our students walk that red carpet and receive their free pencil, as is tradition in the Canyon School District. And the red carpet even matched the hat of Mayor Zoltansky, who spent the morning at Peruvian Park Elementary School welcoming all of the students back to school. Along with the mayors, and we saw several others, including Mayor Stevenson, his wife Nikki, who's on our foundation board. We had mascots, as you can see, at many of our first day celebrations, school mascots like Blizzard the Yeti, palled around with Cleo and Leo from the Utah Royals and Real Salt Lake. Pro soccer players from those teams came to our first day of school celebrations to kick around the soccer ball and welcome students to the school year. Now, if you were online at all, it was hard to miss all of the photos of Canyon's district and social media pages of our schools. We started early, posting at about 4:30 a.m. on X at the site of our media location. That was Union Middle School, and then later Mid-Valley. We had guests from ABC4, QTV, KSL, KSL News Radio, and Fox 13 doing live segments with our bus drivers, custodial coordinators, nutrition service workers, school nurses, risk management coordinators, the Hillcrest Drumline Drill Team and Cheer Squad, and Union Middle students, faculty, and staff. And even Mrs. Millerberg was part of the Back to School press push. She was featured in a Canyons Education Foundation segment on the ACE scholarships, where her family will donate a significant donation to help our support staff go to college to become teachers here in the Canyons district if they want to become teachers. Now, as school started, we were also featured in segments on our Allergen Aware initiative, how to calm the jitters of soon-to-be middle schoolers, our new busing GPS system that guides drivers through traffic and our routes, and Dr. McKay Robinson's first day appearance on Good Things Utah about how Canyon's educators go above and beyond to welcome students to school, succeed despite socioeconomic challenges, and provide mental health supports to struggling students. It was a successful start to the school year. As you can see from the photos that we've shown, there's even more on our Canyons District social pages. We encourage everyone to go and take a look at all of the photos that we captured on the first day and spend a moment taking a look at the social media pages of the schools in your area. It was a fun day. It was an honor to have been part of all of those first day welcomes these past 16 years, and we're looking forward to so many more. President Schill, we turn the time back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Haney. We will now go on to item 6, which is new business, and it's approval of purchasing contract. And Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator, will present this.
Thank you, President Schill. Have this presentation going up. And there it is. It's also now on Board Docs Live. We want to talk about an opportunity that has come our way. And that is our CTE, or our Career and Technical Education. Currently, we have a CTEC program, as you well know. It's located up there on the Quarry Bend on 90th South, just above 7th East. That building we're confined by a couple area situations there. One, the buildings, there's 5 of them, are only 65,000 square feet where we cannot expand. Also aging. They were built in 1982 out of CMU, so they do need a renovation there. We've looked at possibly tearing it down and building on site, but we're constrained by just 7 acres of land there as well. So lots of things that we've looked at over the years of how to enhance our CTEC program. Again, we have Doug and Janet here. We have over 800 kids who attend our CTEC every day. There's 2 sessions. Our CTEC students and our CTE students throughout the district have a 97% graduation rate, which is very high. And we also, at our CTEC building, we have a waiting list for several of these programs, partly because of the space limitations that we have there. So we have been looking at this for quite some time on how to enhance CTEC and move forward there. Back in we're going to tie this into a couple initiatives by the state back in 2011, and then even in 18, the state decided they were going to redevelop the old prison property. And of course, they've since moved the prison into the west part of Salt Lake City and then developed that old site. They appointed the Mountain Land Authority to do that. Also, at a local level for us, Canyon School District, we passed a bond in 2017. We looked at putting CTEC improvements on there. We just didn't feel like we had the capacity at that time to do that with all the other needs at all our other buildings at that point in time. That has nevertheless been on our radar for quite some time on how to improve CTEC. I remember when Mrs. Tingy was the board president, we met as a long-range planning, and was Mrs. Tingy, Mont, Millerberg, and Chad Iverson. We went towards, as part of the CTEC initiative, we went towards CTEC, spent a lot of time there on multiple occasions. This was pre-pandemic. This is in 2019, so a good 5 years ago. So it's been on our radar how to improve this. We've looked at other sites throughout the district on what we can do to enhance the CTEC offerings. We've also been touring some other locations, innovation centers, if you will, throughout the country and seeing what they offer there. So we've done that. We've also looked at centers here in the state. There's one in St. George and Washington School District, one in Davis County, the Catalyst Center, on how we can, again, improve our offerings to be more competitive, to offer a better educational environment for our students. And then in March this year, we got approached about a property, the eBay building there in West Draper. I'll go to that slide here. It's just off the freeway. It is, many of you will know where it is, adjacent to the Front Runner station there. This facility was built in 2011, 2012. It occupies 215,000 square feet on 36 acres. 16 of those are still buildable or developable acres, if you will have it. It's on 3 stories near the, as I mentioned, near Front Runner, but also near the freeway. And also will be adjacent to Silicon Slopes as the old President Brown begins to develop. They should start going vertical with buildings here in the next year or so. Again, so this was made available to us. We started to look at this building for the last 6 months. We've been doing various tours and doing various analysis of what this building could offer us. Some of the things that it does have is a 400-seat auditorium with state-of-the-art visual. As we've rebuilt our high schools, one of the most expensive part in building a high school is the auditorium. The next one is the kitchen. Those are 2 of the most expensive parts in constructing a school. They also have a commercial grade kitchen there. They have a gym. They have lots of technology as you expect a Silicon Slopes or a Silicon Valley company to have, but in eBay. So we have been discussing this for quite some time. We have negotiated a price, and the purchase price and the contract is there on board docs now. We're estimating to build a facility of this size. It would cost us about $500 a square foot. That would include architects, engineers, and mainly the construction costs. It also cost us, take 4 to 6 years to build. So we're looking at, $108 million there to build this. We have negotiated a price with eBay for $50 million per contract that is on board docs. It's about $230 per square foot, so roughly half the cost. We still have room to grow with 16 acres. We could put another additional school there. It has all the equipment inside would stay. Some of the things that we're looking there would be to relocate CTEC to this new facility. We'd also look to move the Life Skills Academy, which is currently at Crescent View building down there. We could look at a healthcare clinic for our employees, another child care center, other things that we wanted to do there. I think there's great opportunity with this facility, especially at the price that we have. Some of the things that we look at as a timeline here, again, how we would finance this. We would look at liquidating some of our own properties. A couple of them, I think we could move fast. A couple of them would take a couple years to move, okay? So we wouldn't do all of those at once. We have a small fund balance, not a lot in our capital fund balance. We could look at moving a couple $1 million, $2 to $4 million range to help cover some of this. The majority of this would be through lease revenue bonds. We'd look at issuing around, with all the property and everything, around 38 million, give or take, in lease revenue bonds to do this. We've done that twice before, once to do our Peruvian Park and Glacier Hills, and once this past spring to make improvements at Jordan, Eastmont Corner, and Hillcrest. Tentative timeline would be to issue the bonds would be under the new SB 29 that's passed this past session, would be to hold a public hearing or a joint statement from the local building authority and the Board of Education. That would be maybe at our next board meeting on September 3rd. We would map that out on the agenda for you. We'd also have to have a public hearing on issuing the bonds. Tentatively, we'd look at doing that October 1. Mid-November, after the election, we would look at issuing the bonds and then closing on the property in December. Also, per the contract, we have a 60-day due diligence period, which would kick in once the contract is signed and approved by both parties. And then we would begin that due diligence period. We again would look to close this calendar year on the property. Again, we will not own it tonight if you approve the contract. That is, we are just going under contract to purchase this property. Part of the deal we have with eBay is they will have the option to run it back for up to 12 months. I'm not sure they would need it that long, but they do have that option. So from January of 25 until at least December of 25, they'd have that option to run it back. We could then go in and start making the refurbishments and the upgrades we need. We think they'd be fairly minimal at this point because the building, now, like I say, is new. It's built to house educational programs there. We think that's why we were so attracted to it. But we would look to have a grand opening 2 years from now. And fall of 26 is when we would see students going there, attending there. There's many things to do on this, and I'm not going to go through this whole slide here, but you know, we need to get a vision for this building. We've been working on that. So we have to define what the instructional model will look like. It's going to need to be driven by our industry committee that we've been working on trying to develop. What CTE classes go there, our budget, our staffing, our transportation, of course, marketing this out. But we do have a vision. I'll just read the first few lines there, and that's to imagine an interdisciplinary experience where students in grades 9 through 12 use their academic skills in combination with the tools of industry to solve real-world problems while working alongside professionals and peer mentors. You know, we really feel like that's our next step in Canyon School District is some type of innovation center. I don't know the name for it. We're not going to name it tonight as we don't own it tonight. But we have a vision for what this can do for Canyon School District. We feel like this is a generational opportunity that's before us to benefit all kids, just not, you know, the kids who are be coming to us, you know, not in the next 2 years, but from there on after, and even 10, 20 years from now, kids that aren't even born, we're looking to impact with this opportunity. So with that, there is, again, the contract, it's 50-something pages. It is on board docs. We won't spend any time with it. A possible board motion there. And with that, I can answer any questions, or President Schill, we can take a motion.
Okay, are there any questions, or else I will also entertain a motion at this time? Okay. Okay, great. Mr. Edel.
I move that we approve the purchase and sales contract to acquire the eBay property.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I second that motion.
Okay, is there any discussion to that motion? Oh, yes, Mrs. Nybar.
Thank you, President Schill, for providing me this opportunity to share my thoughts. I will be voting against this. My vote is not a statement about a lack of support for our awesome CTech program. Their aged facility is not acceptable at best. I am grateful for my fellow board members for their vision and thoughtful discussions throughout this process. I also have been vocal in the exciting possibilities and innovation this center can provide. I believe in innovation and how important it is to provide pathways for students to go straight into careers and or get specialized experience in education for college and career. My vote of objection is a reflection of the vehicle we have taken for this opportunity. A general obligation bond would have provided for much more public engagement. I feel strongly a project like this deserves a broad-based input. Without it, I am not comfortable voting for it. I believe my job as an elected school board member is to inform the public, to elicit public engagement, and then represent it. I believe strongly in neighborhood schools. I will always champion programs in every school building where all students can find pathways to success. Neighborhood schools are the center of the community and the greatest strength of public school systems. I am happy for the opportunities this innovation center provides to our whole district and to West Draper, of which I represent. I will move forward with energy in supporting our board to make this facility as innovative and progressive as it can be, while safeguarding and protecting our neighborhood schools, their programs, and their enrollments. Thank you, President Schill, for allowing me this time to voice my conscience. And tonight, together, we can step forward into the future.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments or discussion? Okay, Mrs. Oaks.
I know that we need to make these comments brief, but I've been thinking about this, that it's important to point out that the timeline on this particular project is a convergence of timing, availability, and opportunity. The building and property that Mr. Wilcox discussed became available at the time we started looking at how we would provide educational services to our next growth area, which also is the hub of Utah's burgeoning technology industry. We want to be poised to provide the kind of programs that will take students directly to high skill, high demand, high wage jobs of the companies in Silicon Slopes. Waiting is not an option if we want to be on the cutting edge, and this building is not going to wait. This entire process in keeping the taxpayer and patrons in mind, and there will be plenty of opportunity for public input on programming the center and other possible uses of the land. It's standard practice for any organization, private or public, to not negotiate real estate purchases in public. This is so we can negotiate the best possible terms on behalf of the people we have been elected to represent. It's why Utah law allows negotiations to happen in executive session. Negotiations on a contract of this magnitude, importance, and impact should be done with a fierce fiduciary duty to those we were elected to represent. It should be no secret that Canyons has been planning for this moment. As referenced by the slide that Mr. Wilcox previously showed with the timeline, we had in 2011, the Utah legislature convening to explore relocating the state prison. In 2017, CTEC reviewed for possible upgrades as part of a general obligation bond. In 2018, appointed the Mountain Land Authority created to oversee development of land to be vacated by the prison. I've been able to participate in some of those committees, and the discussion about what kind of public education opportunities will be available there has been a very important piece. In 2021, Canyon School District collaborated with the Land Authority to predict and meet regional educational needs. And in 2023, we as board members, and we've been open about this and have discussed it in public, board members, administrators, and others have toured 6 nationally leading career-oriented learning sites, including 2 within our own state. We will have many, many hours of dialogue with our community about the center, programming, and future use of other parts of the campus and how we will meet the educational needs of the families who come to the point. And one thing I want to say is we are bound and determined about the fact that this center is going to be available and will benefit every single student in this district. Whoever wants to participate, every high school will have access. It's not going to be unique and just sequestered off to one community. It's for everyone. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor of approving the purchase and sales contract to acquire the eBay property, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, Mrs. Nybar is a nay to that. So the motion does pass. And at this time, we will pause our meeting and we will go to the East Lobby where we are going to have a community announcement. Thank you. back to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. We are going to resume our business meeting now. The next item on the agenda is patron comments. And we do have one person that has signed up, and I'm going to read our statement on patron comments first. The board often designates time in meetings to listen to the patrons of the district. Patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents. These documents must be submitted to the board secretary at the meeting or emailed to the Office of Public Communication by noon of the day following the board meeting. Tonight, individuals will be given 3 minutes and those representing groups will be given 5 minutes. Comments made during patron comment time are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on those personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during the patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. Okay, so the patron we have is David Guston. And he says he is representing a group. So if you can let us know what group you're representing.
Thank you, President Schill. I represent a group of owners. I actually own a home in the Boundaries and pay taxes through my home, but I also represent a group of owners of commercial property in Draper that also pays taxes. And so I am representing the members of the LLC as its managers, as well as an individual citizen here. And I'll tell you, I showed up to the last meeting about the taxation, and everyone acted like, well, we've got to pass this tax increase, even though it's substantial, because, well, we've already made these commitments. We've already spent this money. We have to keep up and meet our obligations. And that I was encouraged to get involved sooner so that I could be a part of those give input as to those purchases. And then I show up tonight and money is already being spent without public input. I mean, it almost seemed like a complete ruse to have the public comment after you've made decisions on voting. All the pomp and fanfare of the announcements already been scheduled before the vote's even taken. Again, hardly the transparency that one would expect from a public body, where essentially the voting and the backdoor deals have already been done, and everyone knows what the outcome is going to be. I think a lot of the arguments that have been put forth are disingenuous. Again, somehow we have this opportunity to buy a building that's 3.5 times the size of the current building, and yet somehow some waiting list to get into CTEC of unknown and undisclosed length justifies a building and structure and expenditure. Again, 3.5 times the square footage. Again, it seems like we've come up with a conclusion, and then we're just finding any argument we possibly can to support that. Additionally, there was absolutely zero comment, zero discussion that I heard considering the maintenance and upkeep utilities, all the additional expenses that come. Acquiring a building, again, and as I told you, I know I have a commercial building in Draper, is merely a small portion of the expense of owning a property of this size, right? What about the amount of money that's going to go into maintain this 3.5 times larger building and land compared to the current CTEC building? Again, not even mentioned, just merely, hey, we found a deal and we don't want to lose it. We don't have time. We have this, it's just, again, I came to the meeting because I was upset about paying more in taxes. And then the more I get involved and the more I hear, and the only more disappointed and disenchanted I can be at how I'm seeing government bodies spend taxpayer dollars. Again, I see continued overspending after the recent tax hikes. I'm frankly exasperated. Your actions can only be condoned by an uninformed and incurious public that go to voting booths without actual knowledge of your actions that directly impact their pocketbooks. You're endless reaching into their pockets for additional funding, limited only by the number of good deals or good ideas that you can conjure up for some possible future plans that may or may not ever come to fruition. It just seems endless. And I completely disagree with, again, additional spending without even a clear plan of how it's coming up. In the PowerPoint, we talked about possible liquidation, possible this, all these ways to fund this new building, but no concrete plans. Who spends money like that except a government who can just take it from the people? That's the end of my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next item on our agenda is the consent agenda, and I will now entertain a motion, and please read each item by name.
I move to approve the consent agenda for August 20th, which is A, approval of minutes for August 6, 2024, B, approval of minutes for August 6, 2024, truth and taxation, C, approval of hire and termination reports, D, approval of student overnight travel, E, approval of purchasing bids, F, approval of July financial reports, G, approval of school resource officer interlocal agreement with Cottonwood Heights City, Sandy City, Draper City, and Unified Police.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to approve the consent. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Now we will go on with new business continued, and we're going to go on to item B, and it's Copperview Comprehensive School Improvement Plan update, and we will hear from Copperview Elementary Principal Colleen Smith.
All right. Hi again. Can I move through my own file? It's right here. Okay. Okay, so before we begin talking about all of the data, I just wanted to review the school improvement priorities that the school board funded. It includes restructuring staff and contracts with 8 additional professional learning days, school-wide incentives, grade level academic incentives, additional staffing, which included an assistant principal, special education teacher, and maintaining FTE with the boundary change. We also increased brain boosters to increase PLC collaboration time. Ultimately, those priorities establish the foundation for strong implementation of the PLC model. And through this, we were able to establish consistent school language, expectations, procedures for academic and behavioral routines. So we made PLCs as one of our overall priorities. That begins with the school mission and vision. And in enacting that mission and vision, we actually are able to continue this with 100% of our faculty returning to our K-5 classrooms. So no hiring this year, which is huge. Yeah. So school attendance, we talked about earlier, but I left the slides in there just for you to see that that's the data that I referenced. But as USBE came in with consultants, they used the 4 domains for rapid school improvement and identified 2 specific domains that we needed to address. The first one was culture shift. I shared a little bit of this early on, about September, October last year, but I've got more updated data for you. So we use the call survey to identify whether or not we're meeting those expectations within those domains. So these are 3 of the areas that were the most concerning. The first one was addressing behavioral concerns. How effective are our policies in addressing behavioral concerns? You can see the shift from, so you're going to want to look at green, blue, and blue because those are the survey results that talk about somewhat, quite a bit, and a great deal. So we had about 45% of our faculty feeling like we're doing something effectively. And now we're at about 80% with the majority in that quite a bit range. The next one was enforcing policies to ensure a safe learning environment. That increased from 65 to 95% within a year. And then the next one was eliminating, how effective are we at eliminating disruptive behavior? And that went from about 35% to 80%. The last one in that area, which was the most significant finding that they had, was what best describes the collective expectation for student learning with staff in our school. And you can see that we went from about 40% of faculty saying that many or all staff have high expectations of students to over 90%, almost 95% of students. The next couple slides are the ones I shared early on. This is our student stakeholder data. So I feel like the most important stakeholders. We can see that our students increased in their perception of whether or not their teacher knows how to help them behave in class. It was a 33-point increase. The next one, at getting everyone to participate, a 30% increase, and then making learning interesting was a 6% increase. Feeling safe in the lunchroom and playground also saw big increases. And then what we prioritized was recess, and this is that recess data that I shared last year, showing that we met all of our goals actually that we had laid out by the entire year. We met them by our baseline September data, and then we were able to maintain those at 4 points for each of the 3 areas there. So the next set of data is that second domain that was a big priority, instructional transformation, and this is all new data that's really, really exciting. The first one was prioritizing and using the collaborative process to improve teaching and learning for students through mapping the curriculum and other content standards. It went from 35% to 85%. The next one, aligning schools' curricula to state standards, went from 70 to 95%. And then the last one, routine use of instructional practices, from 60 to 80%. So those are huge gains there. And then that one was, in the event the gaps are identified, what kind of alignment among other standards curriculum do we, an assessment, which of the following approaches describes the steps that are taken to address these gaps? You can see in 2022, 2023, that gray is a lot of NAs. They didn't even mark it as applicable, but then we've been able to really increase that one to where most of our faculty are either in school leaders use professional development time to lead all staff or create effective job embedded opportunities to identify learning gaps and address alignment. Okay, so let's look at academic data. With the academic data, the way I've broken it up, I've got Copperview compared to itself, but as we know, in Canyons District, we have some of the highest performing schools in the entire state. So if we can just see ourselves as somewhat similar to the rest of the Canyons School District, I think we're making really great progress. So you can see us compared to the district averages as well. In 2024, 2023, 2024, you do see that alignment. This is in academic pathways to progress. So how much progress students are making within a year on a cadence in grades K through 5. And then that led to pretty great proficiency. K-5, every grade level saw increases in from beginning to end of year proficiency. We ended with about 10% overall proficiency. The highlight here that I love is seeing that as soon as we start implementing additional supports and resources, you can see that our kindergarten has a really strong start. So they're not having to make up as many learning gaps. So the summary of our reading data right here. We've got, and I did look at all of the comparison and I gave myself some rankings. So Here we are. So Copperview ranks number 3 out of all of our schools for beginning to end of year K-5 proficiency. That's a 10% increase in proficiency. Number 16 in reading progress, which is a 58% of students made progress, which is 18% higher than last year. And then we made the most amount of progress in grades 1 through 3 early literacy, which we know is a USBE focus with a 17.4% increase. Whole words read is a early learning priority in our strategic plan. We saw a 18.7% increase, which is 7th in our district. At the bottom, I just made a note. I know, Andrew, you and I had talked early in the year about what does this look like in comparison to the other Title I schools? Are these the resources that we need within our schools? So I did look specifically there. Beginning to middle of the year for reading, we made more progress in all measures than any other school. By middle to end of year, Mid-Valley beat us on one criteria, which was the whole words read by just a couple percent. But that's okay because my daughter's was a first grader at Mid-Valley, so that area was fine. The next one, let's look at Acadian's math. So same, we're back in alignment with the district as far as students making progress. What's really significant is in that blue area, those are students making well above typical progress, so more than 1 year's growth, and we're seeing a lot of changes there. That led to about 20%, a 20% increase from previous years, and was 10% higher than our goal. So again, let's look at how that translates into proficiency. We increased proficiency overall school-wide by 20%. Again, you can see kindergarten making really great growth, and then our 5th grade, which is a cohort of students that have really struggled, and we put some very experienced teachers there. It's remarkable to see from 9% to 62% proficient by the end of the year. So the summary there, 20% increase beginning to end. That's 4th in comparison to our other Canyon schools. And then 68% of students making progress, 18th. And again, in math, compared to all Title I schools, we made more progress and increases in proficiency overall. So what does that look like compared to our district strategic plan? Correct letter sounds in kindergarten is the goal by increasing by 2%. Copperview increased by 14.69% at the end of last year. So it was the 2nd highest increase in Canyon's district on that one. 1st grade literacy, the goal is 20% by the end of the school year. We had an 18.7% increase, so we didn't quite meet that goal. But with that said, we were still at 7th highest in the districts. Okay, we'll work on that one. And then same math, the goal was a 4% increase. We did not meet that goal either, but again, we were higher than district average at 0.7. It's actually a decrease from beginning to middle of year at 0.7. We saw the same kind of decrease district-wide, so I think obviously probably why we have that as a goal to focus on advanced quantity discrimination. So the next one on our strategic plan is the 5th grade RISE proficiency goals. A 5% increase in all subject areas. Copperview saw a 12.5% increase in ELA, 16% increase in math, and 11% increase in science. So we exceeded that goal in all subject areas. As far as what that looks like, grades 3 through 5, we saw increases in all subject areas as well. In math in particular, we increased our overall proficiency to, we were actually the highest in the school district, which is a new place for us, but we're excited about. And then 5th highest in ELA and 7th highest increase in science. As you can imagine, I shared a lot of the end of year data at our beginning year PD with our teachers, and they were really excited about their growth and the progress we've made, and they can't wait to make continued improvements this year. Do you have any questions for me?
Okay, board, are there any questions?
Yes.
Mr. Edo?
So I don't actually have any questions, but
Okay, I was getting ready to answer.
no, I am continually impressed with the work that you and your team have done at Copperview. I mean, it is absolutely phenomenal. And so I'm thrilled for the Copperview community and for all the students there. I mean, this is quite literally life-changing for a lot of them, what you've
agree.
done. So I just want to say how much I appreciate, the work you've put into this, as well as your team. Obviously, you're doing something right with your team. If you've hired nobody,
Yeah, it was, I haven't experienced that yet in any school, in any position. So it was fun.
yeah, that's absolutely amazing. And I am looking forward as we move forward to, try to pick out some of the best practices. And it was mentioned by one of my fellow board members earlier that, the best solutions for the community, come from the community. And so you guys have put together the program that fits your community. But with that being said, I think there's a number of fantastic things you guys are doing that I hope that we can expand to some of our other schools, so that we can continue to serve all of our students. But I really appreciate you and your team. And I hope they all understand how much we appreciate the hard work and dedication that they're putting into this.
Thank you. Yeah. And I just appreciate the opportunity to be there too.
Okay, Mrs. Tingy?
I just also want to tell you how exciting this is to hear the successes that you've experienced and quantified. It's not just kind of, oh, it feels better,
Yeah.
right? You have the numbers to go along with it. And it's tremendous. And I guess my question is kind of a question statement.
Okay.
And it goes along with what Mr. Edo was saying about taking what you found to be successful. And I hope y'all are taking really good notes and identifying some specific things that helped or didn't help, or, things like that, because I think other schools can learn a lot from your experience. Not that they'll do things exactly the same as you, but they can learn a lot. And just, please extend my appreciation to your team. And that's incredible that there's 100% returning. That's really amazing. So thank you for everything.
I just want to tell you, you are amazing. You should all wear Wonder Woman and Superman capes, because being in a turnaround status is a learning and a teaching experience that, unless you've been there,
Yeah.
you cannot explain. But you have shown us through best practice what that looks like in the lives of our students. And it is nothing but a miracle when all of those things align and make it happen. And I just am in awe. I mean, honestly, just amazed. You should just constantly be praising yourself because you're the leader of an amazing team. And the fact that you don't have anyone leaving, usually there's such a beat down in a circumstance like that you honestly hardly have the stamina to keep going. But
And
it's
really,
amazing.
There's just so much joy, and the faculty they work really well together. They love working well together.
Yep. So hats off.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Nybar, then Mrs. Oaks.
Thank you so much. And as has been said, it really is so significant and such a big deal to be a turnaround school. So thank you and congratulations. Earlier in our study session, we were reviewing the implementation of our strategic plan. And something we've talked about a little bit in high quality learning is that we have this great opportunity to harness some of the real superpowers in our district and see how we can replicate it in other schools. So what I would love to see is that maybe this is a topic that could be explored in high quality learning, where we get down to some details, even more details than what was presented tonight, because I know they're there. and look at that, because I think we need, as a board and as the high quality learning committee, we need to be hearing more about these success stories and looking at how to replicate it in other areas of the district. I also see this as a great place to visit in operations as far as your retention. I know we have other schools that have retention like that, but maybe not given your set of challenges. And so I just see this as a great place, and I would love and hope that we can pull in some of these ideas in both the operations and high quality learning committees. So thanks for being here.
Okay.
It's awesome. I'm so excited. You need to know, we keep talking about you guys whenever we meet with state legislators, by the way, because so much is being said about how to reward teachers or recognize teachers for doing different things. And we're like, if you work as a community and work together, you move the ship very, very quickly together. I can't get over the slide from 9 to 62%. I'm still kind of blown away about that. But Chris said something interesting to me on the side, saying we're just talking in the other room during the study session about how to effectively measure results with our strategic plan. I love your choice of measurement. And I would be interested in seeing the surveys that you put forward with your teachers. I think you're onto something, and that we could learn a lot from you and how you're doing that. So anyway, it's all about what you measure, right? So thank you so much for doing this work. These are lucky kids to have such a phenomenal staff and group of people that are really dedicated to helping them.
Great.
Okay, I just want to add my thanks, and please tell your entire staff,
I will.
like, this is just amazing. Like, it really is. It really is amazing what you guys have done, and we really appreciate it. And we know those kids are lucky kids. And so keep up the good work.
Okay, yeah,
And
thank you, yeah.
yeah,
And
thanks for being here.
I know myself and our whole faculty, we feel like we're the ones that are lucky to have such amazing kids that rose to this occasion, that they're the ones that did a lot of the hard work as well.
Yeah. Well, great. Thank you so much. We appreciate you being
All right.
here.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, the next item is item C, and it's Constitution Day Founders Month Observance Plans. And Dr. McKay Robinson, Assistant Superintendent, will present this.
Thank you, President Schill and board members. As we're pulling up the slide deck, if I could take just a really quick minute to also echo everything that the board had just expressed to Colleen and her wonderful staff at Copperview. You probably recognize the humility as she stood up here and talked and kind of gave the praise and the recognition to everyone else but herself. But we are truly fortunate to have Colleen as the leader of that building. She is an exceptional administrator and just all around human being, and I consider it an honor to work with her. So Colleen, thank you for all the work that you've done. You're amazing. See, she doesn't even want to hear me say it. So that's how she rolls. That's how she rolls. But honestly, as I was preparing for this, I couldn't help but think of Mond. This was something that was very important to him, and it was something that he encouraged us to put a lot of focus and attention on. And so it's an honor for me as well to be the one that gets to present this tonight and do so in his memory and his honor. So with that being said, wanted to share a little bit of background really quickly that in 2023, it was the first time the state of Utah within our schools recognized what is referred to as Founders Month. And they dedicated September to be that month. And then for Constitution Day, a very specific day on September 17th is in recognition of that momentous and historical time back in 1787, which was actually 237 years ago. So about when Leon was born. So I had to throw something out there, Leon. I mean, gotta have jokes, trying to live up to your skill set, but no, But it's pretty, an amazing time, an amazing day for sure. And again, in reference to House Bill 179, which was put in place. And this is actually, there is one word that's in there that is on the updated version or the updated slide deck that we sent. And there's one other piece. So if you just pause for a second, I'm gonna grab my computer so I can look at that to make sure that I read the right thing. And we can get the most current and updated one on there. But House Bill 179, where it says expected, every school is actually, the wording is encouraged, is how the bill reads. However, there are some things that we put in place that are the expectations, if that makes sense, that there are very specific things that we need to have there. And then there is also one other piece of information that one of our board members reached out and asked that I include in this presentation. It doesn't connect directly to Constitution Day, but it is something that's very important to American history and whatnot, and that is the Pledge of Allegiance. And that is in reference to Utah Code 53G 10-303. And that was put into place in 2020. And what that reads is that the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag shall be recited once at the beginning of each day in each public school classroom in the state. And so I can stand here and let you all know that that is happening and has been happening for many years. The only a family that feels that they would not like to participate or do that, they can do so in writing and whatnot. But aside from that, it is happening in all of our schools. Our high schools typically have the student council members that are ones that are doing that. And in the elementaries and middle schools, they will sometimes use their student government. Other times it's just having the students come down or they'll have messages. So that's another important piece that we have there in place that's moving forward. So then back to this, that was really the only piece that has changed, but we'll make sure that you have that as well. So here are the required activities. So as I mentioned before on the one slide, it said the expectations. And these are the expectations that we specifically have and have put in place ever since, last year. And we have a wonderful video that's been put together where there are several administrators throughout the district that talk about the Constitution and its historical meaning, what it all entails, and how it can impact our students directly. And so every school will be required to show that video in the school at the very beginning of the day or sometime throughout. That's all grade levels. Another piece that is fully required is that the Utah State Board of Education adopted this little booklet, and I apologize, I don't have a copy with me here, but it's called Why I Love America. And it basically goes through several of these things and has little activities and whatnot that the students can participate in. And that's also available for our middle school aged students. And so elementary through high or middle school will have that booklet and will be required to utilize those. So those are the required school activities. And then we have provided several different optional activities that the schools can take full advantage of. And I need to give a shout out to our instructional supports department, as well as our external relations that have worked closely with one another to provide these resources to our schools. When I sent the email to you with this presentation in it, I did include the attachments of each one of these links, since I figured I wouldn't be able to pull these up with on there, but I can talk to them specifically. But that very first one, use your school announcements. There is I believe it's a 3-page document that we provided each of the schools that have probably 5 or 6 different announcements that the administration could use. Just welcoming the students, talking about Constitution Day, why it's so important, and on and on and on. The other thing is the next one that's available for all 3 levels are the posters that have been created, and they can be printed and plastered throughout the school, reminding the students of the significance of the day, what it's all about, what it entails. And then there is the one for elementary there that is unique to elementary, and that's participating in the K-5 Utah State Board of Education approved constitutional fitness program. Now, when I first read that, I was like, oh, the Presidential Physical Fitness Awards back. That's not what it's referring to when it says constitutional fitness. It's actually referring more to the knowledge of and the understanding of the Constitution. And the State Board of Education put together a great resource that basically pulls apart all the standards within the social studies curriculum and put little requirements or activities that the students can participate in each grade level. And if they were to accomplish all of those by the end of the school year, then they receive a little certificate that this is an example of fourth grades that they may receive. And then on the back side of it, it just had the requirements that they participated in. Examples, and this is just, again, fourth grade, but just to give you an idea, they can compare Article 1, Section 1 of the Utah Constitution to the First Amendment of the US Constitution and create a representation of their similarities and differences. So that's one example of something that they would work on. Kindergarten, it's something like recite the Pledge of Allegiance independently, kind of a thing. So they obviously get more difficult as the years go on, and but that's another resource that's there. And then for all levels, we have an essay writing contest that is sponsored by our district, and there's a couple things that are involved here. Many of you may be aware of the 15-foot tall granite monument or obelisk or whatever you want to refer to it as in Sandy Elementary that has on the four sides of it, there are little phrases and whatnot that say like freedom cherished gratefully, battles fought courageously, and so forth, so on. Anyway, those are the themes behind this essay writing contest, and the students will have until October 24th, and then awards will be given for those, and they will have the opportunity to have their essays not previewed, shared at the monument and whatnot, and then they will also be recognized by our superintendent in his superintendent recognitions and awards at the end of the school year. So another really great opportunity there. So you can see that those are the optional activities and resources that are available to our students. And last but not least, many of you are fully aware with schools that are specific to your communities that have done some really great events in the past. I know last year, the year before, I attended Sunrise Elementaries, where they have this massive assembly where they have all these veterans come in and they talk about it. They sing all these songs. They pass out American flags, and the veterans all get to stand up and wave the flags. It's quite an emotional and neat experience, and would encourage any of you that can attend to attend that. But we have asked all of our administrators to fill out this Google Doc or form, and it will make you aware of all the activities that they are doing, when they will be taking place, so forth, so on, and we'll make that available to you so that you can attend if you would like to, and just make you aware of everything that's going on. So that is ultimately Constitution Day, Founder Month in a nutshell, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. But again, just wanted to stress how this has become something very important to us in our schools, and looking forward to another great year of celebration.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Robinson. Mrs. Oakes has a comment.
Thank you, McKay. I appreciated the presentation. I'll be open about the fact that I was the board member who actually requested information about the Pledge of Allegiance. I came this morning, I was listening to an address of a public address, and I started talking to a woman next to me who is a patron of mine. She lives in our particular boundaries, and our kids attend a private school. And so I started asking her, I said, oh, what are your reasons partially that you choose private school? She said, well, I love, and when something goes wrong, we can get in there and change things quickly. For instance, they weren't saying the Pledge of Allegiance in our kids' classrooms. So we went in there and made sure that they did. Isn't that great? And I said, at Canyons, they say it in every classroom every day and have for years. And she was shocked by that. I think there's sometimes a public perception that somehow that doesn't happen in public schools and that we don't value that. And I just want to clarify that's not true. I think especially with the legislature that we have, they put that as a clear priority, and we do too. And one of the great sadnesses, I think, that came, an unintentional consequence that came out of the No Child Left Behind Act, is the fact that we test three main subjects. We test math, reading, and science, but we don't test social studies. And so sometimes by virtue of the fact that we're trying to demonstrate what a child has learned, again, it's what you measure, right? If you're measuring those three subjects, those seem to take kind of front and center priority. And it's difficult sometimes to get back a focus on social studies, similar to what a lot of us had growing up. And I appreciate that we're making efforts with this, with Constitution Day. I will put a shout out about that speech contest. If anyone has not had the opportunity to go over to Sandy City Hall to see those statues with the essays in it, the statue is probably one of the most beautiful I've ever seen and incredibly moving. And it's not an insignificant honor for those students to have their words attached to that monument. But again, I think that there's always room for improvement. I would love to see more consistency across the schools. One of my favorite events, and I absolutely love, and I think every board member, if you ever have the opportunity to attend, please come to Alta High School's Veterans Day Assembly. It is my favorite thing to attend as a board member every single year. Those kids come dressed up in shirts and ties and dresses. They have a veterans breakfast. They do a moment of silence. It is incredible. And it was actually started years ago by a student who came back from visiting Valley Forge and said, we need to make this a priority in our community. I would challenge anyone anywhere to find a better program than what we offer right here in our backyard. So thank you so much for presenting on this. I would love to see us grow again, you know, just keep going and giving our students opportunities to be proud of the country that they come from. I recognize no matter what nation you come from, history is tricky, right? People are very imperfect, but there are so many things from my perspective legally to be proud of with our Constitution, especially when you consider how much it has impacted worldwide. Every nation that has ever written a constitution has been influenced by the Constitution written by our founding fathers in 1787. And that is something definitely to be proud of.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Oh, Mrs. Nybar.
First off, thank you for going over all of this. And I really appreciate Mrs. Oak's comments and the importance that Mont actually placed on Constitution Day. And I thought of Mont as well when I saw this on the agenda. And I'm very grateful. And in the past several years, as my children come home, my elementary school kids, even my kindergartner last year, with the little artwork he had done and what he could explain to me about the Constitution, it's pretty amazing. If we can take these important historical dates and do things like this, this sticks with these kids and they will remember it. Also, actually, Mrs. Tingy was just pointing out, and I totally agree, those graphics for those posters, those are beautiful. I want one for my house, but
We can do that.
yeah, can we?
You betcha.
That was an addition. I don't remember having posters last year. Was that new to this year?
They're new this year. Yep.
And I love that. And I think we should continue that. I think that's awesome. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Millerberg.
I would be remiss if I didn't add a comment. We had a family tradition in our family. When my grandkids would get to 5th grade, we would take them on a trip to Washington, D.C. And so we started out with 2, and I was dumbfounded at how little my grandkids knew about America. And so the next year that we went, we had 3 from the United States, and one of my children was living abroad in Switzerland. And so 2 flew from that continent and met us in DC. As we were taking the tours of the sites there, my European kids knew much more about the United States, about our Constitution, than did my children that were being raised in the United States. And for years as a teacher, I always did something with the Constitution. It always mattered to me, and I taught it in my classroom. So I was just so frustrated that I would survey my grandkids. Is anybody talking about Constitution Day? Nobody ever talked about it. So Mont and I did go to the legislature and lobby up there. Make a statement, say this needs to be part of our curriculum. Kids need to know this. I feel like, are deteriorating as a public from the inside out. We don't know what we represent. Our children don't know what we have. And I feel like these things, that these learning experiences connect us as a community. So when you go to Sandy City, when you go to the Gold Star Monument that was dedicated this last year in the spring in Draper, it connects people to what the Constitution is about from the ground up, and it connects our community that are living. It honors those people. You know, our taxpayer, older people come and they are concerned about, like you heard in the truth in taxation. Why are my taxes going up? I still live in the same house, same place, and they've tripled or whatever, you know, they want figures they want to put on it. And they don't always understand that we are a community and we need to teach people we are a community and we benefit from the values that we represent at all ages across the board. And so I'm just so appreciative that Canyons has initiated what will become a real teaching experience and hopefully develop the values in our students. So thank you for all your effort. I just really, really appreciate that from a personal perspective, as well as, you know, someone who is invested in America and democracy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Robinson, and we will look forward to seeing that Google Doc. You'll send that to us,
Yes, we will.
the link. Oh, yes, Mrs. Tingy.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a thought occur, and thank you to my fellow board members for their beautiful words, and I share their sentiment. I'm just wondering, these resources are pretty amazing, and I'm wondering if they could be, or you know, a version could be made available for parents so that they can support and back up at home what we're doing.
Yeah, it's a
in the
great
schools.
suggestion. Yeah, we can look at finding a way of maybe putting that on our website or just some other, we'll figure out something. But yeah, that's a great suggestion. You bet.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is item D, and that is Long Range Planning Committee updates. And Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator, will present.
Just a couple things, again, I know she's gone. Want to thank Colleen for her efforts and her presentation tonight. I know when she came and presented her plan 2 years ago, that the board took a couple meetings to approve. You know, those charts looked a lot different then. Well, they looked how you saw that, how they looked back then. So big shout out to her and her staff for all their great work there. And also McKay for his presentation on, you know, I thought back to Mont, was one of his key objectives for last several years. And so we all remember him on this night and his commitment to the Constitution. Just want to also echo, say to McKay, I don't know what to say, you know, calling me 200 and something years old. Only thing I can think of is I'm going to spike his salad tomorrow over sugar. Chocolate. Yeah. I'm gonna tell that to my wife. And we met last week, long range planning, and went over, you know, we didn't have a lot of time because of our legislative lunch, but we went over a couple things. And as the committee, we thought we would want to come and give you an update on the projects we're working on, you know, mainly the lease revenue bonds, and show you where we're at, what we found, where we're moving to these projects here. So just give you a quick update. I'm gonna start with Eastmont, then go into the high schools. And then I'll show you, you know, some of the smaller cap projects we did over the summer. Eastmont, the roof was a big one there. You know, that roof needed to be replaced. We're hope to have that done early September, the next couple weeks. So that will be nice to get that finally sealed up. You know, with a couple of those rainstorms last week, we did have leaking inside, but so we're anxious to get that up. On the, you know, we've had water coming through the roof and now we've had water coming up through the ground, but we've done a couple things. This last year, we've done 7 boring stations, 4 outside, 3 inside. The 4 outside, the water level has remained constant pretty much since we bored the holes in January and February. Even with the spring runoff, that only fluctuated by 1 or 2 inches. So we think we know where the water is moving. We can see that. The holes go down 25 feet. So we do track the water and we know where it's flowing, but it's not flowing in the building. So that is good. We may have to do some detention work out on the southwest side, but we feel like that's manageable. The water, the 3 holes we dug on the inside, they went down 10 feet. We have not seen any water on those, which we feel like is good. So that's given us some relief. We had some plans to put in some drains, but as we're going to keep monitoring that, but we haven't seen any yet. And so that's going to tell us, you know, the engineers are pointing out, we probably won't need these drains. Again, we're going to monitor it for a few more months, but that's, you know, good news that we don't have to go through that work of putting in French drains on that bottom floor. The next, and then that will give us, well, I'll get to it later here. The next thing we're looking at is that replacing that elevator. We're actually going to move the whole elevator shaft. It will go more on the west side, south side of the building. It will actually come down. One of the things we're monitoring is if you go on the bottom floor where the auditorium is there's a set of restrooms. It's going to come out right there is where the elevator will go. So we're making sure that it's not going to impact those restrooms on that first floor. That's what our engineers are now working on. Then we'll move into restrooms. We've got some tile patterns that liked and really like, and so we're looking at updating those, but hoping to start December, January on some of the restrooms. Again, we'll have to close off 1 or 2, do those, move to the next set. And also building controls, regulating the AC and heat in that building and what we want to do there. The 2 bottom ones, classroom upgrades, that won't be till next summer. And then we'll probably move into next year as well as we move classes around to do the painting and carpeting and ceiling tile on the ceiling. Now that we feel like the groundwater, we do feel like we're getting close to a resolution on that. We do feel much more comfortable about going ahead with replacing the wood floor on the gym that needs it. But one of the things we wanted to hold off for the engineers was making sure we had the water properly mitigated. So if things continue as well, we'll look at replacing that gym floor next summer. So there's Eastmont. A lot there with, again, that building just celebrated its 50th year here last year. So moving over to the high school, we'll start with Jordan High. So on the parking lot, the old Johanna's, they're looking to mobilize starting next week. You approved that bid a couple meetings ago, so they will be mobilizing there. Probably take them a few months to put in that extra parking there. The restroom upgrades, they'll be mobilizing, hopefully they're planning on that week of Labor Day to come out and start doing that. So they're looking at, I think we've gone over this at least in long range planning, and with their SCC, they're going to do some all gender restrooms on both floors, and they will do those first. Okay. So they will be shutting down. There's 11 sets of restrooms. There'll be, 9 sets of restrooms, counting those. They'll be shutting those down, doing those first on the first floor and second floor. We'll take them probably 3 months to do that. Then they'll start going to the regular bathrooms throughout and probably do 2 at a time to complete those 7 sets. We'll hope to be done about this time next year. It may go into a little bit of next school year, but we will have all the restrooms updated. I know that's a big one for the student body there. Field house, the black box concession building. Right now, they're in the design phase, and we've talked about the type of materials to use on the field house. But the tentative plans right now is to submit those to contractors on around October 10th for them to bid out. And we'll come back to you to approve those bids and then start, depending on weather and whatnot, we probably hope to start construction December, may go into January. We think it'll take 10 to 12 months to complete the field house and that theater. They'll all be intertwined together. I'd probably count on at least 12 months, knowing construction and what some of the delays are. Still have a shortage of labor is what they're telling me out there. So that's a problem. Also, the football scoreboard auditorium upgrades will be included in that same package. And we'll still want to look at the locker rooms and the bleachers and trying to maintain the budget that we've set for that is being an issue, just cost and expanding scope and everything there. So we have some ideas on that. But again, we're trying to make sure we stay within budget or make sure we have other adequate funding plans to cover that. So there's Jordan High. Moving down corner. Their secure vestibule should be completed in a couple weeks, mainly weighted on glass in the front area. It looks nice, all framed up there. So it should be nice to have that finished. We got we're turfing the softball and baseball fields because of water issues. Baseball should be done maybe the end of this month. Softball's a little bit bigger. That will go into mid-October when that's done. On their field house, they're a little bit ahead of Jordan. They plan to submit their plans to contractors around September 11th. We'll look for your board approval at the October 1 or 15th meeting. Probably be the 15th meeting because I don't think we'll have all the bids back and finalized by then. With construction being shortly thereafter. Again, that will take around a year to complete. Again, we're monitoring the budget on that one. That's a big concern as well. We're on budget on the vestibule and the fields, but it's the field house and the soccer fields that we're monitoring that on. So that's a big other concern there. Again, these prices just continue to spike on us here. Then the last one would be Hillcrest. Again, we told you about enlarging the track. We just couldn't get that done this, summer for the football season. So we need to get that. We'll have to wait till the season's complete. We did get it all. We do have it all designed. We have not taken that out to bid yet, but we will here shortly. We may wait, to early 25 to begin that. We think it's about a 6-month process to complete that. Again, that's a big thing is enlarging that track and moving those bleachers on the east side, the visitor bleachers. We'll have to take those out, and that's the expensive thing, and that's another big budget driver right there. So, and replacing those. So there's where we are with Hillcrest. We'll have more information once we bid that out. Just want to go over some of the projects we did complete this summer. Big thanks to Matt, Ryan, and their team. A lot going on with those other ones, but also some of the ones that we have done, they're substantially done. Could be a little touch up here and there on some of these, but we have completed the Alta Gym sprinkler system, the Ridgecrest roof that needed to be replaced. Oak Hollow's carpet was replaced. I was there yesterday for opening day. That looks great. Oakdale's kitchen got an upgrade. The Tech Pharmacy. And the big one is transportation fuel tanks and parking lot. Again, the fuel tanks had to come out to meet the EPA requirements. We're thinking this could go in, I put October, but we're thinking now it's going to go into November because of some water storage containment required by Sandy City. So we have dropped in yesterday a large 12,000 gallon fuel tank. So our buses don't have to go down to Sandy City to fuel. Most of them can fuel right on site. So that will be helpful that way. But there's where we're at with that one. Our next steps moving forward, again, we're in the middle of closing out our financial books in preparation for our auditors in a couple weeks and establishing our fund balance. We think we know where it is. And then making sure we have a financing plan to complete these projects. And I'll go over that with our long range planning committee. And then we'll meet back here as a board and go over that as well as we get these bid out. And in conjunction with that, we're looking at some smaller cap projects for next summer. And what we want to do there on some more, mainly elementary schools, some roofs, some carpeting, other remodels there. So we have a list that we're finalizing. We'll bring that to you about the same time. So there's where we're at. Is take any questions. That was all.
Okay, any questions? Mr. Edel?
This one's actually a question I talk about, and I don't always ask questions. So for clarification, at Eastmont, will the elevator displace the restrooms or just come out near them?
It can't displace them. It's going to come out near them. That's what we're checking. Yeah, because those restrooms are very important because the community uses that auditorium a lot. You know, that's our highest.
Every year I go to a dance recital there. So
Yeah. That is probably our highest of the middle schools. That's probably our highest utilized auditoriums. That's why it can't displace those. So we got to make sure we adjust it to where it won't. Yeah.
okay, perfect. And then I guess just as a comment, I'm excited about those bathrooms at Jordan. I got to see the presentation.
Yeah.
And I hope that Dr. Eschler will invite me to the opening of the restrooms.
Yeah, we went over that with you were there and Karen, with their SEC just before school got out and saw their presentation. They took it to the students after us, and they were very excited too. So we're excited to get going on those. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions, board? Okay, Mrs. Nymer?
Thank you for this presentation. I think it's important. A lot of us, of course, many of us up here, we're all very familiar with all that this entails, but I think it's so important for the public to understand, what this is going towards. And I am excited to have further board discussion about long range planning committee. I still am going to submit that I'd be very interested in that committee rotating every year rather than every 2, because it's so impactful for the district. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I think we will, thank you, Mr. Wilcox. We will just go on to staff comments. So Superintendent.
Yeah, just again, thank you to everybody tonight. And welcome back. First day of school this week. Been great to attend the red carpet events. We were over at Mid Valley, and one of the reporters mentioned that, he never seen anything like this. And he's like, my experience at school, everybody showed up, with a frowny face, crying. And he's like, all these students are so happy and they're excited. But what a great tradition in Canyons, and to see so many parents recording and just, being with their kids on their first day of school and taking pictures and just being in the moment and being present was pretty special. And I too thought about Mont at Mid Valley. He's usually at their red carpet each year, and I know how special that school is to him. So great day. Welcome back. Let's do this.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, just to echo on the Rick's comments, I was at Oak Hollow yesterday for 8 years straight. I had taken a child there to attend school, but this time I went truly as a volunteer, and it was a little different perspective, but absolutely loved it. Parents just kept coming in and coming in and coming in, and it was just so fun to see all the kids excited, especially the little kindergartners coming for the first day. So that was really, really neat. I want to give a big shout out to our transportation department. If you didn't know, we completely changed routing softwares this past summer to try to be more, to upgrade to be more digital that way. And so we went to a new routing software called Transfinder. You approved that way back, March timeframe. But it's usually about a 6-month implementation. Our guys had to do it in 2 to 3. So I really appreciate all the hard work they did. Put that in. There's still some hiccups there on some bus routes, but I really appreciate that. But there was an article today in KSL you may have seen about us and our system, how we can go turn by turn. So that's a big positive, and that was one of the reasons for the switch. But again, big thank you to our routing department for making that happen. And finally, just a big thank you to Jeff, Kirsten for their help tonight and improving this. It's a big night for Canyon School District. This is one of the, we'll look back 2036, 2046, when we're not here. This will really benefit students decades from now, what we did tonight. So again, big thank you to the board for their courage to look forward with the eBay purchase. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. We will start with Mrs. Nybar tonight.
Well, first off, congratulations on an amazing opening school year. I was over at Willow Springs on the red carpet, passing out pencils and giving kids high fives. And who should come through my mind but little Charlie? He's a new kindergartner to the school and the younger brother to some of my boys' best friend. So his older brother and he are at my house all the time, So I give him a big hug. I'm like, I'm so excited for you to go to kindergarten. He looks up at me and he goes, do I know you? So, sometimes we still have anonymity, it's good. But, I appreciate our discussion tonight. I know that the biggest change starts with words. So I appreciate you allowing me to share mine. I think I am very excited, and over the years, as we've had roundtable and discussion about involving industry partners and how to help our students become more specialized and have greater direction for their career in college. I'm very excited about that. I also look forward to, as a board, protecting our existing high schools with their programs and enrollment, that they can continue to thrive and be strong. And I'm so grateful for our wonderful teachers. All smiles with my elementary school kids the last 2 days. I love school. I love my teacher. The middle school student of mine, I hear about lunch and that he's excited about a couple of classes, so that's always good. My sophomore, I think I've gotten a yes, and I'm working on it so far. So jury's out on how he's doing. But anyway, so grateful for the teachers and all the time and the big effort it takes in this building to launch another school year. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Tingy.
Thank you. I too am grateful for the successful start of the school year. I know I say this every year, first day is my favorite day. And I just want to just comment that this is the first day, this will age me, since 1988. I have not participated in first day activities as either a parent or a board member, as I was out of town visiting family and couldn't arrange it. But anyway, I love first day. I love the excitement. I love just the beauty of expectation and of hope and commitment and dedication by educators, by parents, students. All of that just comes together, and to me, it's what our public education system is all about. And I am so grateful for Canyons for all that this district does to highlight the importance of first day. And I'm grateful for that. I also just want to express my excitement about the events of tonight and what is being started here. And again, it's something like, I think Mr. Wilcox referred to it as a generational opportunity. And I know it's hard to kind of explain the fact that we don't have all of the plans and answers in place, but to me, I think that's the beautiful thing. It's a like a canvas, a blank canvas that we can take a lot of the things that we have in place and put them there and then add to it and build onto it. And who knows where the future can take us and what we can do as a system to help individuals and help families with their future, which in turn will help our communities and our state remain strong and productive. And I'm really excited about the conversations that will be happening in the next few months and in over the years, because we want this opportunity to be dynamic and to be something that will meet the needs of industry, of our community, and the wants and the desires and the interests of our students as well. So I'm really excited about it. I know it's a big thing. I know it's a big step, but it's a step that I'm really grateful that our district has taken.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edo.
So my kids have been loving the start of school. Though they were really excited to start school. I think right around the time school ended. And it's been a fun summer for us, but they have had a great time at the first 2 days of school. I got to go to the red carpet at Mount Jordan, Sandy, and Copperview this year, and that was so fun. One of the elementaries had little name tags for the kindergartners, and I loved that because I was able to greet every kindergartner by name. This, of course, is also our first year where the kindergartners started in on the same day as the other students. So that was really fun. But it was really fun to say, welcome Declan or whoever, James or whatever the student it was. I do want to mention our bus technology. Leon talked about the upgrades to our buses. We have now some of the most advanced technology, if not the most, with our bus fleet. Like it's really cool. And as crazy as it might sound, paper maps, or I've heard of a district that just prints directions that are just like turn left on such and such street. And that's a standard on buses in Utah. And you can't just use Google Maps because you've got buses have certain routes they have to take and they have to be on certain sides of the street. And it's a lot more complicated. But the new routing software we have, along with the other safety features on our buses, are really remarkable, and make a mode of transportation that was already extremely safe, even that much safer. So I'm really excited about that. I want to thank the PTA for being here tonight and for everything that they do every day. I did join again all of our Canyons PTAs tonight. And I appreciate all the work that all of our PTAs do and all the volunteers we have within the district. And then finally, I want to say how excited I am about the future of potential we have in the new eBay building. Now's the time that we get to start the real discussion. Now's the time that we get to shape it for the future. One of the hard parts about this is that it has to be in closed session leading up to this, which limits a lot of the conversations we can have. But now that it's out in the open, we're allowed to start having those conversations, and not only amongst ourselves, but with the community as well. So I'm really excited about the impact that this will make on all of our students in the future. The programs we have at CTEC currently are absolutely remarkable, and this just gives that the potential for the further growth to make our students ready to take on the world of not only tomorrow, but today.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Oaks.
I love the red carpet. Got to go to Draper Park Middle and to Lone Peak Elementary. Lone Peak was great. You know, they have a new principal. Shaz is amazing with the kids, and he had a little Plinko game out in the back of the school, and the kids got to come and play and then get prizes. And he could, because he wanted to greet every kid and get to know their names. He's amazing. Like, anyway, I'm really grateful for our administrators and our buildings. Like, there's so many adults who love these kids. I am also really excited about what we voted on today. My support of this comes from a long stretch of researching where education is going, what we need to do in order to stay current and stay ahead. And it also comes from the fact that I believe in the capacity of our students to do amazing, innovative things. They just need to be given the opportunity. And sometimes that means that we have to step outside of the traditional classroom and provide experiential opportunities that are developing them into the leaders of tomorrow, as well as the innovators and the change makers. Spaces like this across the country allow for intellectual collisions, where a diversity of talent can test, share, and pilot research projects. And they can really dig deep into design thinking. And a lot of these innovation centers, they're seeing kids emerge as entrepreneurs and leaders of the community. Over the years, in talking to business owners in Silicon Slopes in particular, it has been disheartening to me to hear them say that a lot of times they feel like they have to go outside of the state of Utah to hire people that are qualified to work for them. Every time I hear it, it just grates in my soul a little bit, and I think we've got to change that. Never again. I don't want to see that happen with Canyons. I want our kids ready to take the 17,000 jobs that are estimated to come in as a result of what's happening at the point. Serving on that committee has been very instructive for me, because there can be a public perception, and it was expressed several times when I was on the committee, that they wanted innovative education as part of what's happening at the point, and they doubted whether or not public education could fill that space. In fact, they talked about maybe having private schools or charter schools, and again, it was like, no, I know we can do this. I know we can provide something really remarkably innovative. Seeing the strategic plan develop over that period of time, I thought was an important and interesting dovetail. And I absolutely believe that when we talk about high quality learning, what we're going to do with this building and an innovation center will actually absolutely embody those principles. When we talk about creativity, innovation, collaboration, communication, curiosity, critical thinking, problem solving, depth of knowledge, hands-on learning, and challenging our learners, I want us to be the flagship district, and I believe with this we will be. I don't want to hear any more parents say to me ever again that they feel like they have to take their kid out of public schools because they're not being challenged enough, or they have to find other opportunities. I see science centers going at private schools. I see, some of these other centers going, at charter schools. There's no reason that we cannot provide that for our students. Now, of course, there are going to be students that want more vocational training, and they don't necessarily want to go the university route. That's okay. But I think it's interesting to note that we already have institutions of higher learning that are very interested in what we're doing. This is going to be a wonderful doorway, and I am so excited to see where it goes. The other thing is, this all came after, we had looked at so many innovation centers, had talked extensively about the cost of construction, of using the land off to the side of Mount Jordan, possibly. I mean, there were so many different things. It practically fell in our lap, and it's a phenomenal facility. So, and at a bargain basement opportunity. I really truly feel that in order to survive, we do have to innovate, and this is pennies on the dollar for what we would have spent. And we are actually saving the taxpayer a lot of money in the long run. We want people to come to Canyons because they recognize we have the vision of the future. There are a lot of people that are going to be coming as a result of what's going to happen at the point. And we're going to be running at the moment that they come, not behind. This is what I'm really excited about. Although I do appreciate Andrew's point. We are already a little bit behind. I mean, we do have Davis School District, Alpine School District, Washington School District, all who have innovation centers, and some of whom are our students. And I want it to go the other way. So anyway, it's an exciting time, and I'm really happy and proud to be a part of this with all of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Millerberg.
I thought that the picture of our little guy that Jeff showed us tonight and what said on his t-shirt encapsulates, and I can cut it short right to what he said on his shirt. I'm ready for school, but is school ready for me? I don't know if you noticed that that's what it said, but that hit me straight on, and it's everything we're talking about. And so that's our job, to be ready for them, and not just ready for the kids that are seniors, but be thinking about this little guy who was actually, I think, a first grader, if I'm not mistaken, anyway. And he was a Spitfire, so we were ready. So I just want to say how excited I am about this and how much I appreciate. I expressed earlier, this has been a team effort, but certainly I've watched Leon spend many hours, and I just am just so impressed. One of the key factors that you always look at is what are we paying, on the dollar for what we're getting, and that's an incredible price. So I'll reiterate what you said. And I'll just end with a very favorite comment from Brene Brown. When we dare to lead, we don't pretend to have all the answers. We stay curious and ask the right questions. And I feel like that's what we've done. We decided the first answer to the question was, do we need an updated facility? And the answer was yes. And then we followed from there. And I feel like the due diligence was made and by many parties. And we came to the conclusion that this was the best that we could do so that we could do what that little guy said on his shirt, be ready for me, be ready for them. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would like to now read a statement, and this is from Karen Pedersen, who could not be here, but she sent this to me. Although I am unable to attend this meeting, I would like to go on the record as being in favor of the district purchasing the eBay property. This is a huge opportunity to move the quality of our technological and work-based instruction into the future. Canyons is known for being a leader in innovation, and this purchase opens new possibilities. I feel this is a wise investment in our district students that will create a legacy long into the future. We appreciate being offered this opportunity by eBay and Collier Real Estate Company. Hopefully that's the right name, and it is, right? Okay, great. So I really appreciate that from Karen. And I want to start my comments by thanking the board members. We have been very good at keeping on schedule tonight, as well as during the tax hearing. So I need to just thank you because it stresses me out, you guys. I'm very stressed that we're going to not make the time schedule. So anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. I just want to add to the first day of school. I love it. And I'm going to date myself as well because it's been 29 years that I have not since I have not had someone in public schools starting in kindergarten. So that is a long time. And I tell you, I was super glad that I could actually still go and greet kids because that just helped me be excited and not stay home and cry probably. I probably wouldn't have done that, but still, it was great. I was really happy about it. then I just want to remind the board that we are doing a board roundtable next meeting and we're going to start at 4. So just remember that. I'll have Cindy update the board meeting calendar invite. Also, I just want to say I'm super excited about this building. I just think it's the way of the future. I Googled, so I hope this isn't just made up by AI, but it said 85% of jobs that will exist in 2030 haven't been invented yet. So, I mean, I just think this building is the future. And we don't even know what we could be teaching in 10 years when we're all gone. And it is just an investment in the future. So I just really appreciate the board and the staff and all the work that's gone into this. Okay, one more thing, and that is, so I'm on UHSA, you guys know that Board of Trustees, and there was a big change this year. I did email you guys some stuff about it, the transfer rule. And so I was kind of wondering, I did talk to Jeff about wondering if we should send this information out to our parents. Because this thing, I've been in hearings where parents do some stuff, they change their kids around schools, and then they realize they've disqualified them because they don't know the rules. So I just feel like if you guys agree with that, I wanted to ask you if you agree with that. Okay, I just think for high school parents, it's probably a good idea. Yeah.
Just, I think even not just high school parents, but probably middle school parents,
Oh, you're
because
right.
sometimes they're
Going into
they're
eighth grade.
making plans in those years that will affect their high school years.
Yeah, and it is a big change. So I just think it might be a good idea to really to educate, try to educate our parents. So, Mrs. Nyberg, did you have? Something?
Yes, I think also, I mean, our coaches are pretty aware, but I think just a communication to the athletic directors of every high school and the coaches, because
Yes.
some of our coaches are not full-time teachers. Some of our coaches come in, as part-time coaches only. And having just recently had some discussions with some coaches that are in that arena, it's very difficult for them to navigate all the information and try to stay apprised of everything in the way they need to do things, even with just, appeals to overnight travel. So I think it'd be great just to take it to all the
That is a
athletic
good idea,
directors
because
and
I know UHSAA, they do communicate with principals, they do communicate with athletic directors. I'm not sure about coaches. That's probably on the athletic directors to train coaches, but still coaches and assistant coaches, that would be good.
Yeah, and if we
Mrs.
just send to the athletic directors to reinforce to make sure all the coaches, even their part-time.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
I'm just wondering whether it would ever be useful to have that, like, if, I don't know if there's a way to flag it or how this would work with IT, so I apologize, but if someone is ever applying for out of boundary, if there was a way for it automatically to pull up for them to be aware like that's the policy.
Oh, that
Kind of as like a heads up, like, hey, if you're trying to,
This is the athletic.
mhm. Here's the policy, FYI, if you proceed, like, this is what you're signing up for, so.
Yeah, that was a great idea. Thank you. Thank you, board members. You had some great ideas to add to that. Okay, well, thank you, everyone. And it's not 10 o'clock, so that's good. And I will call this meeting to a close. Can we take a picture?
Have they broken everything down over the other?
They did. That looked amazing. Good job on that.
Why don't we take a picture of the board, though? I think that'd be nice.